G'day viewers, how we doing? You might notice something different up in the top left-hand corner there. That's Matt Pedalston. Hello, LaserJet 899 Overshoots. Hello, Trainmaster, and others who have joined as well. Matt's doing a stream for Game Blast 23, which is all about providing gaming functionality and specialized controllers for people with different abilities. So, very good cause. I'll spam his donation link every now and again. If you feel like it, go for it. Not saying you have to by any means, for sure. All right then, we should get going. What is my phone doing? Stop ringing. There we go. Kill that. Don't want to hear that again. Should kill the other one too. All right, we're going to jump into New York, Trenton today. Now, before we get into it, there's a lot of critical stuff about this route, but I've got to say it's still playable. But there are some things wrong with it, and we'll see some of them as we play, and that's cool. If anybody wants to explore a station or any time, hello, Tractor 3 Thrasher. If anybody wants to explore a station or something like that while we play, we can do that. What are we going to start with? We're going to start with an ALP-46 in New Jersey Transit. This is very loud in my ears. Oh, it's because my volume sliders aren't set up. Let me fix all this, otherwise the game sound's going to be too high and I'm going to be too low. There we go. That should be better. If it sounds silly, let me know. And we're going to do 3503. Oh, I've done this one. Okay, I'll do it again anyway. And I think maybe we'll do it in June. Oh, I know why I've done this one. This was the short trail I went the other day. No, we want to run long services. We're not going to do 3503. All right, we're going to wing it. What's about? Where do we want to go? Where do we want to go? Something that runs from Trenton into Penn, I think. Or the other way around even. There you go. Newark, Penn to Trenton. 3969. This will do. This will be fine. And we do have a trivia quiz today. I'm just trying to see where I put it. Maybe it's still in my printer. Let me get this started and let me get my trivia quiz. Oops. You can tell I'm very organised this morning. I was firing a real locomotive yesterday and I am very, very tired, as you can imagine. So those who haven't been in before, the trivia quiz runs throughout the stream. I have got quite a lot of questions. They're all about, let me get some light on the subject too. They're all about, hello Neil 2V8. They're all about New York, Trenton. They're all about that area. They're all about the NEC, things associated with it, things near it, that sort of thing. And Trainmaster says, I must warn you, the first bug is the pantographs. Yes. Now, I am running... actually, let me check and see if it's had an update. Options. 236. It has. It's had 4 builds since I last used it. I'm running the shipping build. So let's just call this early access. If you see something's a bit different, that's why. All right then, so let's unlock our doors. Platform looks like it's on the left there, so let's unlock our left doors. Can we even unlock doors while we haven't set the train up? We can. Versa to forward. The brakes are already cut in by the look of it. They are. Need some instrument lights, don't we? It's a bit bright. Rear headlights off. Sand. We want those on auto. They're the lights that flash. Front headlights are already on bright. We're in Penn Station. They shouldn't be on bright. They should be in dim down here because you're not allowed to blind people in Penn Station. And wait till 2015. Well, let's go have a look. Let's have a look at the train. Is it clipping the platform? No! Excellent. Let's go inside. All these controls do actually work, but they use Dovetail's version of guard mode, if you like, not Rivet's version. Rivet's version. Why can't I open doors on the 8 camera? Oh well. Empty. No one on my train. I'm very sad. No one wants to come with us. Oh well, let's go and see all the no ones. It's another New Jersey train over here. How's that one looking on the platform? Well, that one looks alright. Oh, is it? Oh, it's close, but not, maybe... No, I think that's actually okay. I can see the edge of the copings. That one's alright. Sometimes they clip in here. What else have we got over this side? This side's going to be a bit quiet. There's an Amtrak cab car. I'm supposed to lock the doors and get out of here. Oh well, we'll see an Amtrak cab car later. Back in the cab. Let's get our doors shut. And Haxarus, at least he's wearing pants while recording. Oh, how do you know? No horn in here, just bell. I got told off for using the horn the other day. Oh, I know something I haven't turned on yet. Let's just put that on just a light service and lap. Because we need to turn on some switches. Aces and ATC. I'm not going to turn on the alerter because the alert is just annoying when you stream. Get the chair. Good-o. Let's try that again. And away we go. The ADU is telling me I have a red signal. But the signal I can see that's hiding behind this pole up here is in fact green. So we're going. Maybe the one after it's red, but that signal is actually for that track there. Oh, you could see when I stood up to get paper. Yep. Well, I'm wearing a pair of shorts anyway. It is summer here. Are we going to move, train? On. Don't just make train noises. Move. I am in forwards, aren't I? I am. There's a little indicator there. What haven't I done? I don't think this train has any kind of parking brake. No, the brakes are definitely off. They might anyway, but that's not why it's not moving. Okay, I've never had it do this before. Let's just see if it was confused. No, the brakes were released because the red needle here was at 0. Now I'm locked out, so I've got to wait a moment. Yeah, I can power again. And it's going to move. Yeah, it was just confused. I'm pretty sure that needle there is the one that shows you whether the brakes are on or not. And that one was at 0, but maybe not. Make our way out of... cool. No, these ones don't have a master key. I hope I set this to June or this is going to be in the dark. Just realised how late it was. It's 8 o'clock. And I've got 4 minutes to get 4.2 miles. Like that's happening. Hello, Metro. You will see occasionally the link to Matt's donate thing will pop up. Might force one on now. Yeah, you're right, Haxarus. It does tell you only about your own locomotive. And in fact, it only tells you about one brake cylinder on your locomotive. We can stop the horrendous bell now. Now, it's telling me I can go 125, which isn't quite right. Still restricted to 15 until we get to the tunnels. And then it'll change and it'll tell me I'm allowed to do 60. There we go. We are now allowed to speed up. To 60 mile an hour. Trainmaster says, not sure if you read your message, but when you exit out of the tunnel operates to a railroad sequence when exiting the tunnel. I don't think they do that when coming out of tunnels. But they do it in a couple of places on the route, and there is a level crossing just after the tunnels. So they would do it for that. And they do it for one of the bridges. I'm trying to remember which one. One of the bridges is treated as a level crossing. You and Lucas should get on quite well, Metro. Similar personalities. So how is everyone today? I'm still coughing after my smoke yesterday. I learnt a totally new firing technique yesterday, which, well, new to me. It's hundreds of years old. Which was actually really interesting to do. It was quite a different method to fire the steam engine. Yeah, the one outside Secaucus Junction, which is... Actually, I'm not going to mention the name of the bridge because it's in my trivia quiz later. Hopefully Discord Nightbot's going to do what it's supposed to do. Maybe it's not. That's alright. Let's concentrate on driving the train. Metro treats the trestle on Canadian mountain passes as a grade crossing. Well, you can do that if you want. Okay. Nightbot's mad at me, clearly. Like Matt's taking a break up in the top left-hand corner there. Either that or the stream got stuck. Let me see. No, he really is taking a break at the moment. That's alright. Or is it just stuck? It's hard to tell. Oh. It's not working, I'll turn it off, but it should be. And people want a sequence. There you go. You got your sequence. Stop it with the bell. And it is in the dark. Oh no, I'm streaming in the dark. Tell you what, I'll put the cab lights on so at least you can see what's happening in the cab. That gives you something to look at least. If you want me to stream something in daylight, let me know, and I will. Oops. Yes, I know, train. Relax, relax. You're all good. Relax. You're all good. There we go. No, 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 no. You're already past that. Stop beeping at me. Just wait for the interlock to be over and then I can speed up again. You'd think if I actually watched the top right-hand corner, I'd know what was coming up. And we are allowed to power again. And somehow during that I turned on the bell. Trainmaster has seen real-life operators and NJT and Amtrak do it. Fair enough. Quite you. On our way into Secaucus. Almost there. A lot of railways do actually honk the horn at a grade crossing or at a large trestle bridge. It's not because there's anything that requires them to. It's actually more about safety. It's to warn anyone that's on the bridge that you're coming. I think this might stop a little early. Maybe not. Maybe yes. Let's knock the brakes off. We'll probably still stop anyway. Yeah, yesterday was a really interesting day. Squirt. There we go. Welcome to Secaucus. Let's spin around before I open the doors. Oh, we're going to beat a brick wall. Can't really tell on these ones except they're open, except for the hordes of zombies that start running for your train. Dude, train's down the other end. Can't get in my loco. No, neither can you. You cannot get in my loco. You got to go up the other end. That's better. You go down there, you get in the train. Where's your friend, though? Oh, there he is. It's so funny, the people in Train Sim World. Should I wait for all these people? Nah, we'll do the Trivial Transit driver thing. Doors closing. Off we go. Indeed. Newark, Penn. Oops. I was thinking I was interlocked on traction then, but I actually wasn't. I was just impatient. Newark, Penn, indeed. I haven't been to Newark since 2018. So, shall we start the quiz? I don't know. I trust the German locomotive to go straight to notch 10 NJT. Oh, Matt's alive again. That's good. Hey, he's running the same route we are. That's funny. We are allowed to go faster, which is a good thing. Newark Penn track 4 is where we're headed to. NJT says the loco does not have interlocking. Yeah, I'm kind of used to just waiting a little while between brakes and throttle. I have to admit I hadn't actually checked on the HUD, so I usually don't use this thing. I do when I'm beta testing, but I don't most of the time. But anyway, let's start the quiz. This first question, I want you to get the names totally correct to get the points. Says he, going over the speed. Yes, 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 I know. You don't have to stop me though, I'm braking, it's alright. Come on. No, you're going to stop me anyway, aren't you? Oh, maybe you're not. No, we're getting away with it. I had to brake very hard, but we're getting away with it. It's a problem with trying to do multiple things at once. And it's letting me power. Yes, we did not come to a full stop penalty. Woohoo. Anyway, this first question, you need to get the words completely right. So, there's two answers to this, two parts to the answer. You need to, the first person to answer both of them gets the 20 points. We've seen this route before. Name the game and both versions. And you must get both the game and the name exactly right to get the points. Go for your lives. Is my pantograph up? Yes. Look. I have marker lights turned on, don't I? I better fix that. So we come in here. Marker lights, marker lights, marker lights. Somewhere around here there'll be marker lights. Somewhere. Off. Come on. Come on. Let me get away with it. Let me get away with it. Let me get away with it. It annoys me that you have to brake really hard and hold that brake until it gets below the speed, because that means you drop speed quite a lot. Haxaroo says he knows he's driven this route and train Sim Classic. No, don't need to know the route. New York, Penn to Philly. Yes. That's the train sim one. So, Haxaroo, you get the first points for the day. Surprised NJT didn't get the first points for the day. He usually does. Almost at New York, Penn. Matt's smarter than me. He's driving the route during the day. NJT. NJT gets the points for the other version of it. The one that came out in TSW 2020. Just bringing my speed down to 45 because of the signal that's coming up. So we cruise into Newark Penn Station. Right now we're coming through the Path station. Stop your bleeping. Once again, not paying enough attention to my own HUD. Actually, I think that indication might have been a little spurious. Just saying. Because I should have been allowed to go through those points at 45. Yeah, that's correct, Hexarus. Hello, Daniel. How are you? We'll just slowly cruise into Newark, Penn. Through the big bridge. Doing my research for this quiz, I found some photos, but no video of this bridge actually opening. If anyone has video of the bridge opening, I'd be curious to see it. A little squirt on the brakes, which on this train gives you quite a lot. Bit sleepy, Daniel. What time is it for you? Newark Penn still seems a little clean to me. Having been here, trust me, it's not this clean. It's still steam error soot all over the thing. you go. Getting better at the brakes on this one. Still not all that good, but getting better. Coming up to 10 o'clock for you, Daniel. That's all right. Haxer says he knows he's seen some video opening on some engineering documentary, I think was relating to replacing wires during upgrades years back. You can actually request it still be opened, but you have to give them, I think, 6 days notice, something like that. They don't open the other one at all anymore, but they do open this one, from what I was able to find. Off we go to the airport. It's an old 70s brand name if you've never heard of it. Will we trust the German locomotive to handle wheel slip? Come on, give me the other one. There we go. Rail driver doesn't always pick up everything. Do have to watch my speed though, or I'm going to bugger that up. So how are people finding this route so far? I know I've got my survey poll open in my community tab. Curious what you think and what you think should be fixed before other things. This looks a bit tight, doesn't it? I reckon that pole's screeching down the side of the train right now, messing up my paint job. And off we go. We are allowed up to 70 now. The green bar's indicating how fast I'm allowed to go. Now, when you're driving this route, you shouldn't be using the ADU when it's time to slow down. You should be slowed down before the ADU tells you to do it, really. Which is why I keep getting myself in trouble. Got some night lights on in the buildings now, which is cool. I'm just going to have to fix my Nightbot config. Excuse me just a moment while I fix that. Get rid of that one. What Nightbot was trying to say then was that. What Nightbot was trying to say, but it messed it up. So Matt's raising money for Game Blast 23. I've chucked some cash in it. And isn't it funny that just after I get through telling you shouldn't be using the ADU to slow down, what do? That's why you get a much more pleasant driving experience if you're just keeping an eye on the HUD. Into Newark International Airport. Early on the stop, but you know, I'll forgive myself. It's all good. Still telling me to unlock doors, but I quite clearly have, and the boarding circle's moving, so... Actually, let's go look. Let's go have a look. Are the doors open or not? And they certainly are. One of the things that makes me a little bit sad is this stock doesn't have its stainless steel texture when you go into Livery Designer, which means you actually have to paint them. Are they going to close? Yes, they are. Off you go, train. You can do it. No, no, don't roll backwards. Go the other way. Stop it. See, this is what makes me think it's got an interlock, and it does. Ah. Why are my left doors open? That explains why I had an interlock. Oh, I'm a dummy. Alright, let's try that again as we get hit by a passenger on our camera. Who bumped us way up in the air. There we go. How many passengers have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, we've got some passengers. Full power. Off we go to New Brunswick. What was wrong with Old Brunswick, you might ask? NJT says it's officially known as Newark Liberty International Airport, and Daniel says he was watching some of Matt's stream earlier and donated to yourself. That's very cool. Yeah, I did as well a bit earlier. I think I was the first person to donate that wasn't him, actually. I've got to keep an eye on his stream, so if it stops, I can get rid of it. Up to 90 now. Well, working our way up there anyway. We're allowed to do it. Maybe I should keep the HUD on while I'm learning the route, actually. Couple of miles we have to slow down again. That's a good camera angle. We're in a bush. One of my community members told me the lights don't come on in the carriages. And clearly they do, because they're on then. Relax, train, you're already slowing down. Get over it. See, and I still didn't watch the HUD. Too busy yakking. Alright, next question. What locomotives featured in the TSW 2020 version of this route? I must emphasize, not DLCs, the route itself. Cruise along at a whopping 44 miles an hour. I think there was one more. So ACS 64 is correct, but I'm not looking for a cab. I'm specifically looking for locomotives, and there was one more in the core route. So you need to get them both. That building's quite nice. Don't mind that one at night time. It's a bit boring during the day, but at night time it looks alright. Had a cup of tea. Neil TV8 is the first one that's correct. Well done. You're on the board. It was the GP38-2 and the ACS-64. It had some freight. That's missing in this one. I would like some freight. Why am I being punished? Did anybody see why I'm being punished? Why am I getting a train stop? I'm confused. Alright. Brakes to handle off. Throttle to 0. And I think you have to put this to neutral. Then acknowledge. Have we found a different bug? I think we have. I've broken it. Right, let's try going to emergency. Release that. Ah, I think we've broken it. I haven't had that one before. Now what we're going to do, we're going to reset the train. Which I think it's recovering now. I can probably turn it back on. I think that was on a 1-minute timer. Probably. No. When it totally releases, can I do it? Okay, brakes have released. Can I do it now? Can I acknowledge it? No. Oh well. Aces, you be staying off. Damn you, local service passing me. They're close, aren't they? I don't think I was stopped for any good reason then. I'm going to take the reverser all the way out. Alright, let's just stop the train. Leave the bell running. Take it down to isolated. No, you can't actually take it out. Oh, you can take it out. Alright, let's put it back in. To forwards. Let's see if we can turn aces back on now. If I sit in the chair, can I acknowledge it? No. Alright. That didn't work. After the stream, I have a bug to file. Very good. And that was at... what time are we up to on the stream? We are up to 42 minutes. I'll just put that in my notes. Alright. Off we go. Maybe. Come, brakes. Off you come. You're allowed. Honest. That bloke driving the locals just laughing at me now. He's going, nah, broke his train. And away we go. He was naughty too. He didn't run his bell passing the stationary train. Naughty AI. Not that AI's ever run their bells. There's only one train in the game that honks and does things as an AI. It's the Class 20. It actually blows its horn. None of the others do it. The English Class 20. I will definitely chuck it in, Neil. I was just thinking about it. I actually think I have had it before. And we have just had a signal change, so I might be able to turn it on now. I think it's Control Enter to turn it on, isn't it? And that's ATC cut out. Oh, it just makes them opposite. Well, that's useless. Now we'll just leave it for the moment. I'll turn it back on at New Brunswick. That's fine. And I've interlocked myself by playing with the safety systems then. Let's get going. We'll just sort it out. Next question. What train has visible tracks and stations in this route, but is not represented? And I'll accept either of two answers on this one. I'll give you a hint. We've already passed it. You've heard Class 8s, 33s and 40s blow their horn as well, Neil. I should have said what railroads. Sorry. Rather than what trains. What railroads. But yes, you're right in NJT. Hello, Crazy Dash. How are you, mate? I'm okay. Tired, but okay. Still blowing out coal dust out of my nose. Did you need to know that? Was that too much information? That was probably too much information. I'm thinking of commuter railroads. I should be more specific, shouldn't I? There are two commuter railroads, but we passed one of them. Troy asks, why on ALP-45 passenger cabs there's no light during the daytime? That's a good question, Troy. Let's have a look on the next run, because I'll do the next run in daylight. Because it was kind of an accident doing this one in the dark, to be honest. I just chose poorly. I couldn't say it was an accident, I just chose badly. NJTE, yes. Path is one of the ones I was looking for. There's also Lear, as you say, Lirr. There's also another one. SEPTA. Yeah, SEPTA does come to Trenton, actually. There would be another one. So I'll have to give Haxorus points and NJT. Forgot to honk at them. They won't mind, surely. As I pull off all their hats. As we go past it. 80 odd mile an hour. $11 miles to New Brunswick. Path is it is, but it comes under FRA's jurisdiction. But anyway, in the TSW 2020 version of this route, local, I get to pass you. And take your track. Sucks to be you. Not that I ran my bell as I was passing him like I should have. Breaking the rules. No, I have to have a meeting with the manager with no coffee, no donuts. See, in England you get no tea and no biscuits. In America you get no coffee and no donuts. Because they don't do tea and biscuits here. One of my favourite things was going into Starbucks and asking for a cup of tea, and they just look at you funny. It's like, what? You want what? Sir? Sir, we sell coffee. We sell coffee here. Yeah, but I want a cup of tea, mate. Oh, but we sell coffee. NJT, you should. You should actually ring a bell when passing another train that is stationary. Only if they're stationary. I think it was Whitsim actually sent me the excerpt from the rules and told me off. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't do it. But, no, so it's not the original question. So in the TSW 2020 version, there was a non-revenue train that featured in a scenario. What was it? And I have to remember to be very gentle with the horn on my rail driver because I snapped it off last week and I've put it back together. 22 years that thing's lasted and I finally broke it. I whacked it with my cup when I was moving it. No, it was a non-revenue train. The term non-revenue means no one's paying to run it, just the railroad. 6 miles to New Brunswick, and green on the signal. It was a scenario. It was the train in a scenario. Everybody's busy Googling TSW 2020 trying to figure this out. Any video? Yes, I did build my own PC. I always do. Build all the PCs for our family. You could kind of say it was a private train, but it was in a scenario and it fulfills a function for the railroad. How cool would it be to have a circus train? That'd be awesome. You'd want to watch the giraffes with these overhead wires though. Zzz, dead giraffe. Only I would think of that. It wasn't track inspection. Do you want to explain what an OCS is? Didn't slow down for the curves. Naughty. See, Axis would have smacked me then. Not track inspection, but it fulfills a function for the railroad. No, it was in a scenario in the TSW 2020 version of this route. So if you Google it and find the scenarios for it, it'll stand out quite well, I think. I think it's on a site called Train Sim Fandom, if I remember correctly. Which I think the site's owner's probably given up a little on Train Sim World because he hasn't got the newest routes in it. He or she. For them, they. Ah, there we go, NJTE. Well done. Someone found it. The trash train. That'd be such a rubbish job, wouldn't it? Stopping at every station while people empty bins into your train. But it does make some sense. Our local railways, they just take all the bins and wheel them out to the street, and the council trucks come and get them. I wonder how many people walk into that pole in the middle of the platform back there. I'd better start thinking about slowing down, I think. Get the light service going. Any video asks what we'd use the Trail 24 MU2A valve for. That is for enabling the independent brake in your cab. So Trail 24 or Trail 26, depending on what kind of braking system you've got in your train. So if the lead locomotive is a 26 type stand, you'd use Trail 26. And if it's a 24 type stand, you'd use Trail 24. I don't think there are any 24 stands in the game. The brake stand is the entire apparatus with the independent brake and the auto brake. Not that it really is an auto brake, but it's called auto only because it automatically applies if your train separates. It's not actually an automatic brake at all. So you can actually quite happily drive without even touching that valve, but if you don't, your independent brake won't work. It also means you can't bail your locomotive off when you're braking. I'm just anticipating speed downs as we come into New Brunswick, and there don't seem to have been any, so that's life. If I hadn't done it, there would have been 5 of them. Ladies and gentlemen, now arriving at New Brunswick. Stand behind the yellow line. Not enough brakes. More brakes. More brakes! She'll be right, mate. It's all good. Nothing to see here. Move along. Nothing to see here at all. Let's go look at New Brunswick. Do these traffic lights change? No, they're red in both directions. I was quite happy when I started seeing traffic lights come in the game, but I'd love it if they worked. That'd be cool. Graffiti in the tunnel, of course. Locking the doors. Rutgers University, New Brunswick. Very good. So this is the sight you see just as you miss your train. You're running up to go in there and off it goes. And you think unkind thoughts to yourself. And if you're a New Yorker, you probably voice them out loud. Haxaroo says he always overshot this station in the GG1 in TSC. Yeah, I have to admit, I actually got into that habit too, and that's probably why I still overshoot it. It always comes up in a bit of a surprise. I mean, the HUD's telling you it's now, it's now, it's now! But, you know, that's just life. This is a very slow takeoff train, this one, isn't it? Ah, we should probably go on to the next question, I think. When TSW2 came out, what reason did DTG give that the NEC didn't come over from TSW 2020 to TSW2? So we head for Jersey Avenue, which isn't far away. Probably shouldn't bother be accelerating too much. And we have a green on the signal ahead. NJT says too short and it was buggy. There you go. Crazy Dash got it. Yes, it had some experimental coding that didn't suit the new model. And it was kind of short and kind of buggy. I agree with you on that one. Did I just see the brakes release when I had them in lap then? I'm sure I did. Any video asks, can you jog any American locomotive in-game? I don't think the jog functionality is supported anywhere. The functionality that any video is asking about, if you are moving a locomotive but you're not a qualified engineer or driver, whatever your loco pilot, whatever your local term is, there are buttons on some trains that let you move the train really slowly. If you press the button and hold it, the train will move in the direction that you pressed. It's called jog. But I don't think any of the ones in Train Sim actually support it. They have the buttons, but I don't think they work. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Maybe it wasn't perfect. Maybe the back of my train's not in. Ah, I was never going to fit in there. The platform's too short. Haxaroo says he does wish this route ran to Philly. Yes, so do I. Definitely do. Crazy Dash says, interestingly enough, engineers go straight into full power in the ALP-46. That's why, in real life, the wheels screech because of wheel slip. They shouldn't really, because this is based on a BR-101 and they don't slip. They're good locos. Let's give it a crack. Notch 10. Here we go. Off you go, train. Get out of here. I'm pretty sure this locomotive actually is the BR-101 model, by the way, with lapped braking put on it and some adjustments. NJT says, fun fact, Jersey Avenue Station is the first park and ride in the world being built as an experiment by the PRR, or Pennsylvania Railroad. It's a good experiment. "14 miles to Princeton Junction." Crazy Dash says the 101 does wheel slip if you're in full power. I know there's one train where it does. The really long car carrier train, the one that snakes all the way around one of the German stations. It has a lot of trouble getting that moving because it's only got one locomotive and a ridiculously heavy train. So I think we might go to the next question. In the early 1980s, a movie was filmed on a bridge on a disused freight branch off this part of the Northeast Corridor. What was the name of the movie? I've left a few words out of that to make it harder to Google. But the question, I'll go through it again. In the early 1980s, a movie was filmed on a bridge on a disused freight branch off this part of the Northeast Corridor. What was the name of the movie? Dunno is not the name of the movie, Crazy Dash. Wasn't Unstoppable, no. It's worth 20 points, this one. And if no one gets it, I'll come back to it later, and it'll be worth 40 points when we come back to it. 12 miles to Princeton. I should have turned access back on back there. I forgot to. Remind me at the next station to turn access back on. I have to admit, the reflecting speedo annoys me a little bit up in the window up there. There goes an Acela. Oh, no, it wasn't. That wasn't an Acela, was it? Any video says, do you think we'll be able to make custom formations in the future? I'd say never, because I know it's something that DTG want to do, but I also know they're not doing anything for it right now. They have been talking for a long time, and they're gathering ideas for a second version of Scenario Planner. We can hope that something like that might make it into a second version of Scenario Planner. Now, if you're a little bit technically savvy and you know a little bit about the Unreal Engine, and you don't need to know an awful lot, you don't need to know any programming, just a little bit about how it works, you actually can make custom scenarios using a community editor. You can make custom scenarios and custom formations. You do run into issues when you do it, though, because the game expects fixed consists, and you may find yourself you don't fit in places, or you may find you derail because the game's, if you make a super long train on a route that's designed for short trains, you may discover the train switches underneath your train while you're going through it. So I know people who use the community editor have run into things like that. And I think on that one, Dovetail are a little bit right to not care. 8 miles to Princeton Junction as we cruise along in the darkness. Oh, we'll move on to the next question. In fact, we won't move on to the next question because the next question asks what type of bridge it is, but we didn't get the first one, so we won't. So we'll come back to that. They will be worth double points when we come back. So I'll just mark that. Just quickly check where we're up to. I'll have to start slowing down soon. So we'll come back to those two questions. Here's one that's a little bit easier. How many tunnels serve New York Penn Station? And I have to admit, there's more than I thought when I had to look it up. Ooh, that's what I thought, NJTE. But it's not 6. How many tunnels support Penn Station, New York Penn Station in total? There's one more. It's not 6. So I've just told you there's one more. So someone say 7 and you'll be fine. Yep. It's Sunnyside. It's the 7th one. NJT was the first one to 7. But well done for the rest of you. Yeah, I thought it was 6 too. Yeah, New York Penn, not, excuse me, not Newark Penn. Newark Penn does have a subway. It's got a light rail subway. Seventh tunnel is for Sunnyside Yard. Goes under the other river, the East River. Why do many people consider New York Penn Station today to be a fake? No, the movie wasn't Stand By Me. I'll give you a hint about the location of the movie one. It's in Newark. Or close to it. Not actually in it, but close to it. I can't say I ever would have watched this movie. Cloud's Tale says this route is very disappointing. Why is it very disappointing, Cloud's Tale? NJT is correct, because the original station was demolished in 1963. Some of it was still there. And so some of it is real, but not a lot of it. And Haxaroo says the head house was torn down and replaced with Madison Square Gardens. So we got a poor underground station with not much room. Yes, it is very low in there, isn't it? So you walk in there and your hair's almost brushing the roof. Clouds Teo says they didn't even bother to add the LIRR services. There are ones that are missing, yes, but there's only two places that you'd see them, Clouds Teo. That would be New York Penn Station and Sunnyside Yard. You wouldn't see them anywhere else. But yes, it would be good to actually have those trains in there. It wouldn't. I think you could probably get away with static trains at New York Penn, because I think that would bring the realism up enough. That is releasing while it's in lap. I just caught it. It's definitely releasing while it was in lap. The movie was Annie, Hexarus. Well done. $40 points for that one. Yes, it's a drawbridge, but it's a particular kind of drawbridge. Don't break that much here. That was me that time. So what am we in the stream? 1 hour and 10. The last price increase wasn't DTG, and it only went up on Steam. It was Steam who did that, unfortunately. NJT says you're slowing down way too much, and usually operators come in at 45 to 50. Yeah, they dive bomb the stations. There are some bugs with it. I'll give you that, Clouds Tower. But I'm expecting a patch to come out shortly. They are working on some things at the moment. We're in a bush again. Let's go and sit on the platform for this one. They're proper gunzel. Or rail fan in American terminology. Bascule! Yay, Hexarus! Well done. That gives you quite a lot of points, actually. Where did we get up to? We got up to leaving. And we'll do it the NJTE way. Notch 10. NSP Pittsburgh Line Rails. Oh, my day's not too bad so far, thank you. How about yours? And Crazy Dash said apparently there's a leak found in the files for this route that shows there is an Arrow 3 layer. Maybe we're getting a local DLC for this route. I didn't actually know about that. Where did you see the leak, Crazy Dash? Ah, so I take it you're a rail fan. NS Pittsburgh Rails, who got a shave and a haircut from a train today. 5.6 miles to Hamilton Park. And we have access turned off because it got annoying. Yeah, I don't know, Crazy Dash. I haven't actually seen what you're talking about, but I'll have a look. NJT says Highball, Princeton Junction. Highball's a very old term. It comes from the old signalling systems where they actually had a ball on the rope, and if the ball was down, it meant you had to stop and pick up train orders, and if the ball was up, it meant that you didn't have to stop and pick up train orders because that particular dispatch point was closed. Yeah, it's interesting, Crazy Dash. Yeah, it'd be nice. That would certainly make the route busier. I would love to see it busier. I mean, this is the busiest railroad in the US. And NS Pittsburgh Rails, Pittsburgh Line Rails, sorry, also got a friendly crew on Amtrak 42 as well today. That's good. Clouds Teo has a question. Is DTG licensed with Portugal? I don't think they have any Portugal trains in their road map. So no, I don't know. NS Pittsburgh Rails wants to see the Acela after this. We can do the Acela sometime today, but I'm mostly showing off stuff that's native to the route today, although you will see plenty of Acelas. So we can probably do an Acela run, but I want to get through the others first. We'll only do short runs in the cab cars, because quite frankly I hate them. It's nothing to do with the cab cars, I just don't like something that gives me no feedback. Because if you don't know, I actually work on real locomotives. So I like the to get the feel for it. And cab cars don't give you any feel, there's no sound. I couldn't stand working on them for real. Haxaroo says a lot of these routes could do with more services running on them. I would almost bet that ever since all of the problems with BML, they've been a little bit shy of having really busy timetables because they're still sorting out the problems on that route. There's still updates coming out for it. Coming into Hamilton. It's the British rush hour route. It came out with the rush hour summer release. Is that better, NJT? I might actually stop a bit early. I might have to release this. I am going to have to release this. We might still stop. We are going to still stop. Oh well, we're not going to get moving again. There's no point doing that. Doors open. Ladies and gentlemen, people at the back of the train, just walk forwards. I'll wait for you. Not. Brighton Main Line, correct. It's not too bad now, Hexaroost, but when it came out, it wasn't great. It's had a lot of updates, and it's pretty decent now. The only people that run into issues now are the ones that drive one service to a station, get off that train in free roam, walk over to another train and take it over. After you've done about 4 or 5 of those, you tend to run into red light issues still. But the people who run one service from the menu don't have any problems anymore. I want to watch from this side today. We're going to watch from this platform, if I can get down there. And off we go to Trenton. More power. Any video asks, how can I brake the Class 66 without melting the brake shoes? Why would you melt the brake shoes? I don't think the Class 66 runs any heavy enough trains on any steep enough hills that you'd even worry about that in the slightest. It is possible, if you were running something like Cajon Pass or Horseshoe, if you put the brakes on and leave them on for the entire descent, yeah, you might. You actually might start getting a liquid surface on your brake shoes and they get all slippery. I mean, the heaviest thing the Class 66 pulls that I know of in the game is the aggregate train, and it's... What is that thing about? It's only about 25 cars. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Crazy Dash thinks, I think another reason we may be missing services is because NJT only owns 30 ALP-46s. Lots of the services are also done by the Arrow 3 and the ALP-46A. That's certainly possible. They have substituted wrong trains for services in the past on other routes. Colin Arkin. ATC's yelling at me. But why is it yelling at me? Stop yelling at me. Wasn't going too far. Oh, I know. I had a speed drop. And I didn't acknowledge it. 2.6 miles to Trenton. No point speeding up too fast. Hexaroost says, I hope they fixed the journey scenario issues on Boston Commuter that had unfinishable services due to the stop point being in a building. Oh, that's the shunting one round the loop. There's a kind of hack to get around that. Don't go to the side of the building you're supposed to go to. Settle your points so you go all the way around to the other end of the building and you can finish that service. It's not how you should do it, and you shouldn't have to do that, but it works if you want to finish your journey. I discovered that by accident when I went the wrong way once. And then it finished, and it's like, ooh. I have suppression. So this is signalling. You can be quiet now. Just be quiet. That's another interesting one, actually. So ATC slowed me right down to 45. But what is that signal up ahead telling us? That's all green. That's not one of the limited signals. Interesting. Where are we in the stream? 126. There's another one. I think that's a false approach indication, that one. I would expect to be slowing down coming into Trenton, but not this much. Yeah, I agree, Hexaroost. I know that they do get some negative feedback when they do put the wrong locos on trains to fill out timetables. So I suppose it's one of those things. It's you get smacked if you do it. You get smacked if you don't do it. Should pay attention. I actually think they should do it because I think a busy timetable is more important than being super realistic about it. Brandon does know the NEC signalling fairly well. Yes, Crazy Dash. This is wrong, for example. I know this is bad. The route doesn't actually end here, so you shouldn't be brought down to 20 as though you're coming into a terminal station, because you're not. Haxaroo says the Jubilee is really unsuited to commuter working. The route set in 1958, but the Jubilees steam like when they were first built. Yeah, they haven't quite mastered the firebox. When I fire in real life, it's monumentally hard, and no game represents the firebox and the boiler interaction well at all. I've never found one that does. They are a very, very rough approximation of it. Most of the time, if you use steam at the rate that people use it in the game, your fireman would beat you over the head with a shovel. Because you're just using too much. Metro, you've missed everything. And hello, John Brownbill. I'll just read your comment when I have stopped, if you don't mind. Because I don't, for some funny reason, want to run through the red signal up here. Just be a slightly embarrassing thing to do this close to the end of a run. There's a couple of other people who have got comments that I haven't gotten to yet as well. Wow, this stops really close to the signal, doesn't it? It's a brakes. More brakes. There we go. Made it. Now, how close was that really? Because it always looks really close, but then you pop outside and you go, was it really close? No, it's not really all that close. Look at that. Oh, well, bell off. We'll be leaving this service here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are changing drivers presently. You will have a new driver for your continuation on to wherever it was you were going that I forgot, because what service are we doing? We're just going to Trenton. And bonk. All right, let's get through the comments. Crazy Dash says it's not unrealistic to have an ALP-46 on the NJCL. The problem is, again, there's only 30 ALP-46, and GTG should do the 46A. Adds another 32 units. 36 units, sorry. 32 units. And John Brownwood's comment is playing at new trains today, my first time at US passenger trains. I've not been able to figure out what counts as suppression on the manual lap brakes. Anyone know? Yes. Drop your equalising reservoir to 96 pounds. If you drop the equalising to 96 pounds and then go into lap, that will be enough. Let's go find another thing. Didn't do too badly on that with the silver, despite having some issues. So the people that sometimes get problems with this are the ones that go to free roam and then trundle off. This is going to be the same train again, isn't it? I don't want the same train. I want a different train. Let's go. Oh, let's get that cab car out of the way. We'll do a short run on a cab car. What have we got? 27 minutes to Sunnyside Yard. What do they do that takes 27 minutes to get to Sunnyside Yard? Let's do this one. Sunnyside Yard to New York, Penn. Excuse me saying Sunnyside. Don't know why I'm saying that. When would you put the head end power to standby? You don't really have to ever, but you can do it because you choose to do it. There's nothing in the game that forces you to do it. Let's turn on our instrument lights to start with. Let's cut our brake in. This is a bit juddery. Lead. Brakes are applied. It felt like we were moving then. Let's put the reverser in. And we're in forward. No, forward. And we want headlights. Let's put them on dim actually because we're going into Penn. Strobe lights on auto. Please wait for a moment. I can turn on our safety systems. What's head end power doing? I can't do head end power on this one, can I? I want to turn on my safety systems. Are they behind me? No. I've driven the cab car once. Oh, I know where they are. They're down here. We have to turn off. Step lights can go on. Step lights. Marker lights. No, marker lights we want off. But the other two on. Alerter, I want to leave that off. Access I want on. ATC I want on. There we go. I need to go around somewhere. We're in the Tigger stripe thing. Spin around and see it. Alright, let's catch up with some comments while we're waiting for this thing to wait a moment. 96 will work, Metra. Haxaroo says, in the coming months, once the current update is out, I'm going to working to rework the physics in immersive railroading. Train mod for Minecraft. Really interested in figuring out firing. Yeah, I'd advise if you wanted to do it in a game, if you make it as exact as it really is, and as difficult as it really is, no one will be able to play it. Because, you know, I've been learning firing. I did it. I've fired little engines and traction engines for a long time, but I'm firing larger trains now, and I had a go at it back in about 2008. I was terrible. I got talked back into having another go at it now, and I've been training for 6 months, and I still get some of it quite wrong, even though I'm 6 months in. And I'm getting better at it. Oop, those points aren't set. We're going to trail through them. Never mind. Don't tell anyone. We were never here. They'll just fix themselves, honest. Mind you, with this kind of switch, you actually can trail through them. So I'd be careful about making it too exact. Metra says, give me this route for free. And yes, they're on the lower left side of me. Is there a frame rate through here? That's a bit low. It's picking up there and going down again there. Something gobbling up the frame rate. Probably all the overhead wires. There are a lot of them. We cruise our way out of the yard, trailing our way through many sets of points that I probably should have set before I did anything, but that's fine. Not really. Wouldn't really do it in real life. You'd get out and set them all. And there's our motive power, the ACS-64. We crawl out of Sunnyside Yard. I keep calling it Sunnyside. Every time I said it the first time, I keep saying it. I need to teach my mouth to say it properly. Any video asks, what are the specs of this PC? I run a 3080 Ti, and I have a i9 that's about, it's 2 generations behind now, but it's about 11,000 or so, something like that. And I overclock it a little bit. I overclocked the video card a little bit too. Surprised ATC hasn't smacked me yet for going this fast, but that's okay. Why do the cameras hit things? It's an imaginary drone flying in imaginary air. Should be able to fly through things. Like it does in TSC. This doesn't have a particularly New York feel to me, but I can't say I've ever actually been to Sunnyside, so I don't know. I could be just talking through my bum. Anybody who's been to Sunnyside, does this look right? Doesn't seem tall enough to me. But it's possible, I suppose, because Sunnyside's next to Astoria, and Astoria's mostly smaller buildings. And we have 45 degrees on that signal, so we are fine. We can go through them. I also run the game off a reasonably fast NVMe 2 SSD. That helps a lot, because this game loads a lot of stuff off disk, and if you're running off the fastest SSD you can get your hands on that you can afford, it will help with that loading time. And I'm running at 2K resolution with 150% oversampling, and I have everything cranked up. Crazy Dash says the skyline isn't that great. The LIRR represents it much better. Yeah, I just, like, I haven't been here, but this doesn't feel very New York to me. And Sunnyside's very much part of New York. The colour of the bridges is right, although they're awfully steep. So if we have a look at this, so you've got that yard there, that line going up there. Let's just ignore the fact that it just ends in some dirt here. So this, I'm guessing, is meant to be a subway line. And it's going down into the subway at this point. This is a little bit disappointing. But there you go. Alright, let's go in here. Oh, this is the bad tunnel. This is the terrible tunnel. Light baking is yuck. They know about this. It's got a fix coming. Catching up with comments. Haxaroo says the only thing about immersive railroading is everything is configurable, so you can make multiple realism settings for everything. It's also up to pack makers how they configure their locos. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that goes. I haven't actually tried Rails in Minecraft. I tried it in Roblox. Oh, no. Just hold the suppression. Just hold the suppression. There we go. Next question, I think. Where did we get up to? Here we go. If you are a tourist and you're in New York City for a week and you want to travel around, there is missing catenary there, Neil TV8, lots of it. That's because whoever made it, I feel, assumed it was all third rail, because some of it is. But question was, if you're a tourist in New York and you're there for a week, yeah, I know, game. It's all right. Relax. Relax. If you're there for a week, what's the best kind of Metro card to get? It's not designed for tourists, but it's very good for tourists. Crazy Dash says DTG should have tried to update the scenery in this area to accommodate the upgrades LIRR has done for east side access with the new yard and tunnels to Grand Central. That would be nice. Metro card, Metro 2112. New York tickets are called Metro cards. They have another system now as well. They have a tag on, tag off system now, like most other cities in the world do. Haxaroos, $33 7-day pass. Correct. That is the best value for a tourist. The reason it's the best value is you can go anywhere as much as you want on the New York subway. Most of the buses. And you can just do stuff. Yeah, that's how we work here, Haxaroos. We just tap your phone and Google Pay does it. It's exactly what we do here. And it's actually really interesting because one of the election promises was to revamp Melbourne's fare system so that everybody could tap on and off with their phone. And I'm thinking, you know, you already can. They clearly didn't, but you can. It's been there for ages, our system. Just let this thing crawl up the hill. At least the light baking's better in this bit. Correct answer, Neil's TV 8, but just a little bit slow. It took a little while to figure that out, probably. Oh, let's go for another question then. How does the MTA decide when a person has to pay a fare on the subway? So you think about children, but also think about little people. How do they decide when you have to start paying? It's a particularly weird way of doing it. No, it's not to and under Metro. I saw it on a sign at one of the subway stations. I have a photo of it somewhere. Is Matt still going? He is. Now he's... Hang on. What's he in? Is he in this? No, he's in the other one. He's in the New Jersey one. 44 inches, correct, Haxaroos? Well done. We're in your home territory, NJT. What's happening to you? Yeah, it's a particularly weird way of doing it. If you were 44 inches or under, you ride for free on the subway, but you have to be travelling with an adult. There was a case a couple of years ago where a little person was fined for not paying a fare, and they claimed they didn't have to pay because they were less than 44 inches high, and MTA fined them because they weren't in the company of an adult. But they are an adult, which was their argument. In we come into New York Penn. There's floating things back there. Let's go have a look. 8. Always got to be a little bit careful with the 8 key in here, because you get stuck in the roof like I just have, and we're not going to be able to see the floating things. But there was something floating back there. Haxaroos says my home territory is DC, but I'm good at Google. There you go. So bring our little cab car in. Trainmaster says what's going on about MTA fares. Oh, it was just part of the trivia quiz. You can't really do that in the game, Metro. It just doesn't work. I thought we were going to cut the front part of that person's face off then. Cab cars are the little runts of the railway world, Metro. I hate to tell you that. No one likes operating in a cab car. There we go. That should be close enough to the signal. I know it wanted me to stop ages back, but that's fine. So there's our little cab car. Didn't like it when we had it in TSW 2020. Still don't like it. Yeah, the people in the AIs are a little bit bad about the yellow line. No, Metro, this is New York. If someone gets in your way, you just run over them. Same with Australian railways. Brakes are the same on trains, Metro. Are you really going to make me back up? It is. It's going to make me back up just to finish the damn service. Fine. Now we're blowing the horn. Oops. Doors are open, aren't they? Close doors. Close doors. Go on. Close. Back we go. Did I not put that in reverse? I thought I did. Alright, let's try again. Come on, release. It's not believing the rail driver. I think this thing has trouble with it when you're outside the cab and use the rail driver. It misses the commands. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Yay! Did I just run into something? There's something behind me. Yep. I reckon there's another train behind me. Let's go have a look. Yeah. A New Jersey transit train followed me in. We are trying to couple up. Oh, that's funny as. Alright. Why are you here, Mr. New Jersey Transit Train? Why are you behind my train? You are naughty. I should just push you out of the way now. Ah, well. It's all good. That was a bit silly. Why don't we do an Acela? It's not native to the route, but we'll do an Acela. Why not? That was a weird way through the menu. We could do this really early morning one, or the let's do the 5:57, but I'll set it to June. Why don't we go for a bit of a light rain? That'll do it. So it should be daylight because it's June. We should do a question while we're setting up. It is daylight. Need to put reverser handle into neutral. Now I can open the doors. And I can go and turn on some switches. Out here. I'll regret doing this. You watch. Let's get some fresh air while we wait. Brakes are cut in already. That's fine. Headlights are on full. That's fine. Ditch lights are automatic. Also fine. Park brake is released. We are on restrict 10. We have a fairly heavy brake application going on at the moment, and that's fine. That can stay there. And we're allowed to go up to only 10 mile an hour here, so let's turn cruise control and put it up to 10. I shouldn't do that with the mouse, because when I do it with the rail driver, it will crack the SAD, so I'll do it with the rail driver now. Yeah, we'll get away with 11. What else do I need to turn on? Don't need wipers, not yet. I'll turn this down a little bit because it gets annoying in dark places. That's better. Alright, we are right to go in a moment. Did I just choose Boston? You know what? This is one about New York. Boston's next week. We're not doing Boston. Haxaroo says your boy BF lives in Perth, and apparently people get hit by trains frequently there. Yeah, that's Australian trains. We don't care. You look after yourself. All right, New York, Trenton. Acela. This will be better. I wonder why it was such a quick trip. Let's do Washington, Boston. There we go, 6:54. That'll do. And we'll do the same. June, light rain. Go. I'll do Boston next week. Boston is next week. Matt's still going? Yeah, Matt's still going, I think. Actually, I'm not sure if he is. Let me just flick back over there and have a look. Train Sim World Officials offline. No, he's not. He's finished. Turn him off. There we go. Matt's off. He must have finally gone to sleep. All right then. Let's get this set up again. So we go through the same sequence. Got to turn the reverser on. Put it into forwards. And we can open the doors, which are on the right-hand side here. And brakes are cut in. Headlights on full. Ditch lights on auto. Park brake is released. Automatic brake is full service. We're allowed to do 45, so let's set that up. 44 is good enough. And let's get some wipers on. That'll work. It's a bit quiet. Hello, British Ace. How are you? And Michael Newberry, welcome. Haxroo says, wish we had the whole route from DC to Boston. That would be really nice, wouldn't it? Wait till 6:56. We'll go outside and have a look again. I wasn't actually going to do an Acela today. I only wanted to do the native stuff for the route, but, you know, whatever. Hello, Florian. You've just come over from Matt's stream as well. Yeah, it's pretty good of Matt, what Matt's doing, gathering cash to help Game Blast 23. It's a very worthy cause. They build unique control systems for games to make them much more accessible to anybody. And most of us do live with some kind of disability or know someone who does. I mean, I have these, so I know the deal. I know that there are some other people in this chat, I won't call them out, but I know there are some people in this chat that have challenges with ADHD, or they have other challenges in their lives. So we all either do or know people who do. So it's cool to support an organisation that is trying to make things better. Release and full throttle, as you do. Why don't we open the window until we get up to speed? Close it later though. So we're getting a bit of wheel slip going on in the rain here, but the computer's just taking care of it, so we just let it do it. The blue part of these gauges is power, the yellow part is braking. And here we've got, when you want to get into suppression, the person who asked about that earlier. Hello, Alberto Filo, welcome. From Brazil. I know a couple of Brazilians. When you want to get into suppression, drop this needle back until about 90 or so, and you will be fine. Clear 110. Let's go then. Off we go. Now that we're speeding up, I'll shut the window because it gets very loud if you don't. Oh, the bell's still going. The bells, the bells, the bells. There's the little Acela. Now, just pointing out, today's stream is all about New York Trenton. This is not a native train for New York Trenton. It's a DLC. So if you buy the route and you don't see any Acelas in your timetable, that's why. What is that? How steep is that? I don't know what that originally was, but clearly it's not connected anymore. But wow, what a corner. We still have wheel slip going on, but that's all right. And you know how you deal with your wheel slip? Yeah, turn off the HUD. Now you don't know what's happening. Let the train deal with it. This one does quite well. Off we go to Newark Penn Station, following the full run of the route at about as fast as you can go. We're allowed up to 135 now. Whoops, not 150, 132. Whoops. That'll be near enough with Rail Driver, actually. Rail Driver's a bit finicky for the cruise control, I have to admit. Set slightly over the speed. Hopefully it'll clear 150 before we get there. I'm surprised it's not clear 150, actually, because the axis is keeping us at 135. But signalling is 150. Welcome to all the people who have joined. Crazy Dash says, in real life, Acelas and Northeast Regionals change crews at New York. Oh, I'm sure they do. Not completely HUDless, no. I still need to know my signals and speeds, so I have the top part of the HUD turned on. I do not know this route well enough to run HUDless, and I'm being brave and running with Axis and ATC turned on, even though it's got the bugs. Let me just bring this back 2 miles an hour before it bites me. I think we should go with a question, shouldn't we? So here's one for you to work out. And there are many, many ways to work this out. But I'd suggest you use Google Maps. Probably the simplest way. So you've just disembarked from the Statue of Liberty tour in Battery Park. You just realised that you need to get to Newark Airport for your flight. That's Newark Liberty Airport. What's the best way there? Minimising transfers and time. Crazy Dash says basically Amtrak ran out of money, which is why this part of the line isn't fully upgraded. There's a huge upgrade program going on at the moment. It's one of the Biden era election promises. And the funding is working its way through Congress for many, many upgrades to this. And I believe they're actually doing some of them now. And I believe I've got a trivia question about them later, so I'll shut up. Just use Google Maps. Just put in the put in Battery Park as your start and put in Newark as your end, and it will tell you what to do. British Ace says a subway line to New York Penn and then the train. No, that would take you rather a long time. Crazy Cash says the Gateway Project. Yep, that's one of them. British Ace is close to WTC, so what train line starts at WTC? There's a hint. Florian says a taxi. That would depend on the time of the day whether that was a good idea or not. Taxi or Uber or whatever. Acela's very quiet, isn't it? Maybe it's just quiet for me. $150. Let's go. I always love the way when you change scenes, the rain starts after you change. Where was there rain on the 2 camera there? There's no rain. What's going on there? It's raining on the 8 camera, and it's raining if I'm in the cab. And it's... No, it's not raining on the 3 camera or the 2 camera. I've never experienced that before. That's a new bug. Oh well. Path and NJT. Yes, Path. What kind of NJT, Neil? We'll give BA and Neil some points there. The quickest way to do it is actually the Path and a New Jersey Transit bus, NJ62. It is a bug, Michael Newbury. I was quite proud of myself. The intense wanker known as Schnauzerpauser actually called me out and said I was a fanboy. It's like, yeah, I kind of point out the bugs, dude. I just don't get as angry and excited as you do. Come down to 145. Hopefully it'll make it by itself in the 300 yards. It's not going to, is it? I think we're going to get away with it. Yep. Just got away with it. Crazy Dash thinks I'm going too fast to see the rain. Yeah, it's possible, I suppose. That's possible. We cruise along in the Acela. And I'm not watching again because we have to do 135, so I better start braking. That'll be enough. Come on, you. All good. Made it. Brakes are quite decent on this thing, I have to say, as we cruise through the curves. Alrighty, next question. Actually, I won't ask the next question because no one else really figured out that particular information source, so I'll skip that one. Now, this one, if you've watched previous New York streams, if you cast your mind back, so we've done LIRR streams, we've done Hudson streams, and I related a story in I think probably more than one of those streams. What superhero did this hairy Aussie meet at New York Penn in 2018? I think I've even shown photos of it, actually. Bring our train back up to speed again. No, not 147. 142 will do fine. So I met a superhero in New York Penn in 2018. Look at that. Water that looks like water. Ah, Metra got it. Spider-Man. Well done. And Metra, that was actually worth 50 points. See? Metra does listen. How about that? At what point in the East River tunnels do you change states? Oh, of course we're not accelerating because I locked the throttle out when I braked. Are we going to power up now? Are you going to make me go all the way back to 0? And power up. There we go. When you use the brakes, it locks the throttle out. I have to say I'm being a little bit mean with this question, by the way. So the answer is, at what point in the East River tunnels do you change states? Well, the question is, I should say. It's a bit of a trick question, because you actually don't change states in the East River tunnels. I was just being mean. It's the other ones. It's the Hudson tunnels you change states in. We are over speed indeed. I agree with you, train. I agree with you completely. I'll do something about it. Promise. There you go. We're down there. All good. It was a bit mean, wasn't it? Alrighty, let's go for another question. If you come out of Penn Station and walk down West 34th Street and you get down to near the river, is it possible to get from there to Chelsea without touching the ground? And you still have to walk. So you have to get all the way from near the river at the corner on West 34th to Chelsea. Can you do it without touching the ground? And if you think you can tell me that you think you can, tell me why. This is a bug that it's showing overspeed and suppression continuously, by the way. To be more specific than that, Haxorus. The answer is yes, though, so I'll give you the first part of the points for that. So you've got the yes. There's 20 points riding on how you do it. So anybody want to have a go at how you can get from West 34th Street to Chelsea without touching the ground? Walking. So if you're looking on a map, that's down around Hudson Yards, roughly. Hudson Yards over to Chelsea. Or it's Madison Square Garden too, I suppose. It's not too far from there. The big convention centre where Comic Con is not too far from there. Just have to let the New Jersey Transit guy know that he's driving an inferior train. No, it's not a zip line, Michael. What runs from West 34th to Chelsea? That's what you're looking for. Get on Google Maps and have a look. Slowing down for the curves. Almost halfway to Newark, Penn. And back up to 110. We're only going to go to 105 because we have a speed limit there anyway soon. Oh, it's interesting. Gondola, a boat, the 123 line. None of the above. West 34th, near the river, adjacent to Hudson Yards. Hudson Yards is just behind New York Penn, if you're wondering. Over to Chelsea. Come on, you. 105. Trust me. No, not emergency tunnels. It's actually a park, and now I'm dropping it to 10 points. It's not a magic carpet. You walk along it, but you won't be touching the ground. So your feet touch something, but it's not the ground. Down pantographs. "14 miles to Newark, Penn." Are we going through Elizabeth right now? I think these are the Elizabeth curves. There's questions about those later, just saying. Florian says a former subway track turned into a walkway park. Oh, that's so close. So close. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Florian, I'm going to give you the points for that. But it wasn't actually a subway track. It's the New York High Line, the H line. It was not a subway. It's an aerial line. And part of it's been turned into a park. And it starts at 43rd? 44th? 34th? Whatever it was. Whatever street it was, I've forgotten. West 34th. And it goes to Chelsea. It's really cool, and it is the linear Highline Park. Yeah, that's it, Hexarus. And I'll give you points too, because you got the full name properly. Florian was on the money. Just didn't have the name right, but he had the park. I could tell that he'd found it. It's a really nice park, actually. If you go and visit New York, it's well worth having a wander through it. It's really cool. There's a lot of artworks on it. You can see lots of vantage points of New York City that you just wouldn't see. And you will also discover where lots of the classic photographs of New York have been taken from. They've been taken from that High Line. It's a really interesting thing through the meatpacking district, which isn't a meatpacking district anymore. It's pretty much all apartments now. We're going up to 125 again shortly, and up we go. 122 will do. It's near enough for the rail driver. So what was the High Line before it was a park, when it was operating? The Acela sounds like F1 cars. "9 miles to Newark, Penn." The High Line was much bigger than the part of it that remains today. And it's an interesting story how it became a park too, because it a lot of people were just using it to walk along around. And I think the city got to the point where, well, if you can't beat them, join them, and they officially made it a park. Yeah, it was a former New York Central spur, which should tell you what it was. What kind of line was it? Was it passenger or was it Hey, now we're getting rain. I can just see it in the headlights. I don't think anyone's going to get it. It was a freight line. And it served the meatpacking and Chelsea districts a little bit more. And it was an industrial line, yeah. And it was quite small locomotives, very small trains. They had the raised area running. How fast are we going down to? 82. Are we going to make it? No, we're going to put some brakes on or we're going to be toasty. It's going to let me get away with this, I think. Just a little bit of brake now, not so much. Because we're going to make it. Made it. We can put our cruise up just a little. Tap it down just a little. Come on, rail driver, do your thing. Ah, fine, I'll use the mouse. Made it. Yeah, they used to push trains right into the buildings, particularly in the meatpacking area. They'd push boxcars right into buildings off the spur, and if you walk along there, you can actually see there's a few places where there's still the track's not there anymore, but there's still areas of it that just head straight into a building. Just ended a big roller door. Hello, Cactus Juice. How are you? I'm not too bad. Yeah, I had to toss up between your stream this morning and Matt's charity stream, and I kind of chose Matt's. Sorry. Haxaru says, OMFG, the real estate developer who made the meatpacking district residential was Donald Trump. Yeah, he was one of them. It's probably one of the only things he ever did successfully. Who said that? I'm allowed back up to 110, but I'm just going to keep doing this speed because I have to do 70 shortly. As they're coming into New York Penn, there's no point speeding up. Here's another early New York Railroad question for you. What were the West Side Cowboys and how were they related to railroads? Yeah, same here, Cactus Juice. I think I was the first person to donate that wasn't Matt when he was testing it. I saw it pop up and I chucked in some cash. I'll probably chuck in some more for his, because he's going to do another day of it, I think. So I'll probably chuck in some more on the next day. Cruise control back. It should be enough to do it by itself. Absolute Hexarus. Guys on horseback to alert pedestrians off street running trains. I'm surprised ATC hasn't bitten me yet, given it's turned on. Oh well. We'll just let it go. Be like a Disney princess. We have a yellow coming up. I'm still terrible at interpreting the American signals, but I'm sure Cactus Juice will tell us, or Brandon will tell us what these actually are. And I'm just going to start bringing the speed down anyway. Let's let the train slide its way in. ATC's actually turned on, it just broke. So I can have 36 or I can have 32 on the rail driver. All right, let's use the mouse. Oh, come on, you. There we go. Yeah, I have a few new bugs to report for this stream, Brandon. A couple of things happened to me today that haven't happened before. Yeah, I can see the cutout lights too. It was cut in though. It just died. I've had two things happen today that I haven't had happen before. Three, actually. Or if they've happened, I just haven't noticed them. That's possible too. Cruising our way into Newark Penn Station. I wonder if you can buy a ticket from Newark Penn Station to New York on the Acela. It was probably the only train I didn't ride from Newark Penn Station to New York when I was there. I didn't even try. Oop, I'm going to go past my marker. Get off, handle off. Straight past my marker. Yeah, it doesn't intentionally simulate the failures. It just fails. Sometimes. But you are right in that reality trains do fail. We actually had a problem with our pipe from our air compressor inside the smoke box yesterday on our train, which was partially destroying my vacuum in the smoke box, which meant I had to work quite a bit harder to fire the steam loco. And I kept developing holes in the front right corner of the box. Wow, we've got to wait for a long time here. Let's get out of the chair and go for a walk, because we've got 4 minutes. Maybe I should get out on the side that the platform's on, huh? That'd be smarter. Wow, it's a popular Acela service. It's a quiet car. So of all the comfy seats in the train, and you guys came and sat here. And I don't know if you've noticed, but your legs are kind of through the counter a little bit there. Doesn't that hurt? Surely. Oh well. That's okay. Oh, there's another person with a DTG liveried thing. We need these, Brandon. The scenery is decent on the route. The route does... We're just going to talk to you for a couple of minutes. Is that all right? You don't mind, do you? No? Don't really care? Not going to say anything? No? All right. Shiny hair, by the way. It's quite a good effect. G'day, mate. How you doing? Not very talkative. Not quite sure a baseball cap goes with a suit. Just saying. I mean, he's got a nice tie. He's got the good collar. And he's wearing a baseball cap. Maybe that does actually happen in America. I don't know. Can't say I've ever looked. Still think New York, this one, Newark Penn's a bit clean for me. There's another DTG shirt over there. Lots of these people have DTG shirts. Why haven't I got a DTG shirt? There's another one. Wow. Someone's been having fun. Let's go this way. There's less people over here. I'll just stay behind the yellow line. Now, none of you people are thinking about getting in my cab, are you? I wouldn't. Bad news. I suppose I should close that door. It'll get horribly loud. Down we go. Almost time to go. Business thug style. Yeah, that's pretty much. We do need DTG merch. We never do. Haxaroo says the Cafe Acela car never has that many people sitting in it. I think I'd like to see the cafes have a serving person. It's a good opportunity for a diorama. It'd be the first one they've done that's on a moving vehicle. Let's just get the brakes starting to pump. So they'll come off quickly and we won't. Because it's time to go. Should have closed the doors then honked the horn really. But that's okay. Oh, my throttle was left in the full position when I braked in there. Silly me. Alrighty, next question. In 1897, this is an American question. That was a clear, thank you. Wipers. In 1897, another NEC that America still uses today was created. What was it? And I forgot to put on my cruise control, so I'm just cutting my power back so that I can do that. I want 48 though, I want 45, thank you. There we go, that'll do. I'm sure I was turned wipers on before. Oop, parallel run. Come on, camera, do what I want you to do. Haxaroo's got it. The National Electrical Code. I was being mean again. I think we're probably allowed to pick up some speed now. Yep, up to 60. $58 will do fine. Well, it's actually the electrical code, but not the electoral code. That would be about elections. But yeah, I'll give it to you. There's a famous bridge, which thinking about it's not actually on this route, but there's a famous bridge which appears 3 times in the world as pretty much exact duplicates. What is it? It is a rail bridge in New York. We don't use it on this route. Is a plane taking off from Newark Liberty up there? Actually, I suppose it doesn't have to be Newark Liberty, could it? It could be the other little New York airport. They're relatively close together, I think, from memory. Hell's Gate. They're on fire today, Hexaroos. Doing very well. Cactus Jew's a very close second there. Restricted to 60. Already doing it. It's okay. Briefly told to go down to 45, ignored it. And now we're allowed up to 90, but we're not. We're just going to stay on 60. It's not that much point in accelerating at this point, especially since we're going to get there early anyway at this rate. So we've just left Newark, New Jersey, or actually I suppose we're still technically in it. What 3 Native American tribes existed in the area? Hello, Stefan. The others are in Sydney and in England. Or is it Wales? I think it's England. Gratuitous print shot. Ooh. That's a bit weird. It's doing something strange in the rain, that scenery. Stop that. Don't like that camera on bridges. You get whacked about too much. Correct, Hexarus. He's on fire today, and you get point for each answer. I think. Just checking my questions. Yes, you do. Which American singer from New Jersey will survive? I was actually amazed how many singers and musical artists have come out of New Jersey. There's so many. But this particular one will survive. Do an Amtrak service after this one. Hexarus again. What's going on, NJT? This is your home territory. Or have you dropped off? Now, remember that previous question where I tricked you? This time I'm not tricking you. At what point in the Hudson tunnels do you change states? YouTube's complaining that my audio's bad. Hopefully it's alright for you. Might just get rid of that window that was running Matt's thing. That will probably help. Oops. In a tunnel. And I better start slowing down too. DP mid. Indeed. In the middle of the river as well. Either answer would have been fine. On the board, Cactus Juice. This time I'm going to write Brandon under your name so that when I go and do the list, I don't put you on there twice again. I probably slowed down a bit early, didn't I? Oh well. We're still getting into New York Penn awfully early, so it doesn't matter. Well, Haxorus, if you look on a map, you'll see that there's a dotted line right across the middle of the river, and that's where you change states. So I would have accepted the middle of the river, the middle of the tunnels, any of those things would have been fine. What famous New York TV cop was born in Newark in reality? I'm only slowing down this much because we're going to be there very, very early. Well, and the signals are telling me to. No, it's a TV New York cop, Brandon. And the actor is the person. It's one of the longest running TV cop shows. I don't think it's the longest running, but it's one of the longest running. And it's probably I'm only guessing, but since there's so many of them, I reckon it's probably would be up there for one with the most number of spin offs, too. I think I'm going to have to start giving hints. He's also a rapper. My next hint will give it away completely if I have to use it. Show is Law and Order. You've never watched it. No, it's not LL Cool J. I'll give you a hint. About 2 weeks ago, we drove a German train. It's got the same name, almost. Take the D off the end of the German train, and you've got the name of the guy. Ice. Yep. Ice T. Michael Newberry. On the board for Michael. That's some very hurried typing there, Michael. It's like type, fuck, type. You got it. You know, I'm not that finicky in the answers generally. If I know where you're going, you get it. And this one's a history question. In 1967, something happened in Newark that changed the flavour of the city. Lights over here. Dim. Michael says his keyboard is on a raised stand and his typing is challenging at times. I take it it's better for games that way. Axarus is correct. The riots. As we slide our way into New York, Penn, and I'm not even going to look at that platform because I know what's happening right now. Haxorus has got it. Ah, cool, Michael. It's a good setup. I keep my rail driver next to me because I don't really have enough room to have it in front of me. Yeah, I expect so, Florian, that would have been happening. That's why I didn't look. If I don't need to see it, I can pretend it's not happening. Gentlemen, welcome to New York. Get off my train. All of you, I mean it. Get off. I don't even care if you're going somewhere else. Where does this train go? Boston. Just get off. Go enjoy your day in New York. While we're waiting for this to finish up, what really angry girl closed the Hudson River tunnels and when? 10 points for each of those. What do we get? Glod. Alrighty, back to something native for the route now. How am I going for time? Not too bad. Return to timetable. Oh, it's going to take me to the Acela timetable, isn't it? Good night, Florian. Hope you enjoyed what you saw. Looks like you did. Let's go back to the non-Acela timetable. And let's grab an ACS 64. We haven't done that for a while. New York, Trenton. Which one are we going to do? We're going to really early morning one. Let's try this 5:29. Let's try the 4:39 one, but we'll do it in May. And no, let's not do foggy. Let's start out clear and let it go from there. Superstorm Sandy. Well done, Hexarus. When was it? Late October to early November 2012. Yeah, surely you can find a specific date, but you're right. Unlock as it does. Let's get the reverser in so the train knows that we're here. If you didn't know that, by the way, if it's a removable reverser, you really should go and put it in before you do anything else. Safety systems on this one are on the back wall, aren't they? I don't want the alerter, it's annoying. Go. And brake to passenger. Front headlight to dim for now. Ditch light to on, or is it auto? Flash. Oh, they're flashing now. That's not what I want. I just want on and let them flash when I blow the horn. That will work better. Let's start our brakes. Coming down a bit. That'll be fine. Just leave them there. That's about all we have to do with this one, I think. We have a few moments. October 22 to November 2. Yeah, I suppose it started to affect then. The tunnels were closed on October the 29th. But I'll give you the points. Why not? Now this one, there's quite a lot of them. So, name all the named Amtrak services that pass through Newark, Penn in real life. And I'll give anybody that answers. So as long as you get the first answer we haven't had before, you get the points. So it's 10 points per train. Lock doors. Let's get out of here. All right, brakes off. Off we go. Pennsylvanian is one of them. Northeast Regional's not a named service, but Pennsylvanian is. So Haxorus gets Pennsylvanian. Haxorus gets Vermonter. Cactus Juice gets Palmetto. Haxorus got Keystone first. Haxorus got Silver Star and Silver Meteor. There's 3 more. I think this is another train that runs through poles. Or if it doesn't, it must be very close. There's 3 more. Cactus Juice gets the Cardinal. 2 more. And they're all C words. Acela's not a named service, though. I shouldn't really allow the Keystone, but I did. There's 2 more. I don't think we'll be going up to 125, Mr. Signalling System. Sorry. I think we shall wait a moment. And then we shall go up to 60. Carolinian is one, yes. Haxorus gets that one. 1 more. And the Crescent. That's all of them. So they were the Carolinian, the Palmetto, the Silver Star, the Cardinal, the Crescent, the Pennsylvanian, the Silver Meteor, and the Vermonter, and I did allow the Keystone, but I shouldn't really, because it's more a type of service than a named service. Just let this roll down here while I add these up. So we've got one, that one, and you got that one, and that one. Cactus got that one, and that one. At the dock bridge at Newark Penn Station, there's a control tower called Dock Tower. It's got, still, an original lever frame. How many levers has it got? We must have reached the uphill bit. It's a few more than 4. It's quite a large frame. I don't actually know if it still controls any trains, but it does still control the bridge. I have a faint suspicion the trains are probably automatic now. Pathetic level crossing only gets 1 honk. This is the sky I was hoping for. I'm not going up to 75, Mr. Axis, because you're only going to smack me and put me down to 60 soon. Actually, maybe you're not. The frame has 127 levers, and it was responsible for all of the interlocking for all of the tracks that came through the bridge. It's 127. Now, the New York-Trenton route crosses a lot of rivers. Which rivers are crossed using tunnels? Well, this dock tower is for Dock Bridge. The levers would have controlled the various switches and signalling all around Dock Bridge for all of the interlocking to stop all the trains when the bridge was opening. Can I keep in front of this without using air brakes? That's the question. It's close. So close. Might get away with this, but I'm 5 over now. I'm going to have to brake. There you go. Be happy, train. We're all done. Nothing to see here. We're all done. You're actually going to make me stop. You really are. Oh well. The brakes are coming off. I wonder if I can power now. I can. I thought it was going to make me stop completely, but no. Now we've got a half answer from Hexarus the Hudson and Cactus Juice, East River and North River. That's actually true. Yeah, not in the game, but it does also. So we've got a point there, and we've got 2 there. Very good. Now, if this route went beyond Trenton, what state would you almost immediately change into? Braking? Why not just slowing down? That would be more appropriate. Cactus Juice got it first. Pennsylvania. And when would you cross into Pennsylvania? Just ignore that the train's telling me my doors are open. We all know better. It is right after you crossing the river. Yes. What river? Yes, the speed does count down on the Trenton route. Cactus Juice between Fair and Morris interlocking. You know what? I'm going to give you points, Cactus Juice. But what river is it that you're crossing? Wow, this train really slows down slowly on minimum application, doesn't it? It doesn't really make much of an application at all. Oh, it's using the electric brakes. Okay, now I get it. Yeah, I'll pay that. The Delaware. There we go. Well, that's why I gave you points, Cactus Juice. I figured you wouldn't know the river, but you knew the signalling points. Coming into Newark, Penn, a little while. Ladies and gentlemen, coming into Newark, Penn. Watch out for Aussies. It's an excellent pizza place on the square. It's very nice pizza. I was freaked out then. I just realised that signal's not actually for me. I looked up and went, red? What? Why am I getting red? This morning light looks really excellent. Axorus, it didn't before the update. I don't know if it does now. Brandon will certainly know. I haven't actually played the ACS 64 on Boston. I will be doing that next week because I'm looking at the updated Boston in next week's stream and we'll be playing everything. As you do. Sliding across the dock bridge, and that's dock tower to our left there, where all the frames are. So we've got a bit of each. That'll do. Which doors did I open? Oh, good. I opened the right ones. I was slightly worried for a moment there. So, what would be the quickest way from Trenton to Sesame Street at about 6 a.m? I picked 6 a.m. because there's only one service that runs, so it should make it easier. Minute and a bit, huh? Hello, Artful. How are you? We're just quietly waiting for a moment. We hurry up and wait. It's the life of the railway people. And I probably could just go, because I have got a green signal. It probably wouldn't matter. Probably. It's an interesting little compressor sound that's got. Sesame Street is in a cartoon, yes. But there is a Sesame Street in Trenton. There is a Sesame Street theme park, in fact. Well, actually, it's not in Trenton. It's in Philly. It's over the border. I think we're just going to sneak out really, really, really slowly. How about you go forwards? No, go the other way. Forwards. Forwards. What are you doing, train? Did I not close the doors or something? No, I closed them. Gonna go the right way this time? Yes, good. $127 bus. Well done, Hexarus. Scoring quite well there, Hexarus. You're not enough to go over the top of the leaderboard yet, but you're doing pretty well. You're going to be well up there. You're going to be in the top 10 for sure. Here's a question for people, and this isn't a trivia question. When do the US engineers turn the bell off? Is it as soon as the loco's out of the platform, or when the whole train's out of the platform? Lexic Dark says there's a guy on the corner that gives you a piece of paper that will get you there whenever you want. Well done. I just saw some lightning. Aw, our magic sky went away because I forgot to tell it to turn dynamic weather off. Damn it. Going into a storm. I didn't ask for a storm. Oh, well. Whole train. Cool. You're back to get you some points, Artful. Very good. I don't know that we're actually allowed up to 70 yet, but we're going to do it. I'll tell you what, Artful. Because it was kind of a trivia question, even though it's not on the quiz. Because you answered it. You get points. Alrighty, next trivia question. Can you walk from Secaucus Station to DreamWorks Water Park? They are very close together. Lexic Dark is having Cookie Monster flashbacks. Cookie. One of the girls on Puffing Billy yesterday was handing out cookies. Oh, that's always fun, isn't it, Artful? Being a mod. Because, of course, being a mod, you're only dealing with the jerks. You don't get to enjoy it quite so much. Unless, of course, you really like smacking jerks, but, you know, don't we all? Yes, me love cookie indeed. Well, I don't mind a good thunderstorm in the game. I'm sad that we lost that really nice morning light. You are correct, Haxaroo. Secaucus has no walking paths. That is because it's surrounded by water. And to get to that theme park, you would have to actually cross the Hackensack River. So you'd have to swim. So how many levels of trains are there in Newark Penn Station? And be generous of your terminology of trains. Yeah, you probably would get run over. If you got across the river, you'd still get hit by one of the highways or freeways through there. It's not too artful. Three! Well done, Lexic Dark. And I have to start slowing down. You've achieved suppression. Stop beeping at me. Stop it. Thank you. Stop it. Oh, this is that horrible signalling run into Metro Park, isn't it? There's one more level of trains at Newark Penn that not many people realise is there. I didn't when I stayed there. I used to walk between Newark Penn and my hotel. And let's just say I didn't actually have to. Because there's a light rail line there as well. The light rail line runs underneath the station. And I had no idea it was even there. Made me quite sad. So I got that massive 45 slowdown, and now it's letting me do 85 again. Well, let's speed it up. Add that to your bug list if you haven't already got it, Brandon. Unless there really is something in front of me. That is possible, I suppose. No. Yeah, path is on the same level as the other trains plus the top level. So there's a single platform up on top of the station. Why are you beeping at me? Stop it. But there's also the light rail underneath. Probably something similar to Heathrow Artful. I used to come out of New York at about 11 o'clock at night, each night. And I would meet some really interesting people as I walked through the park to my hotel. Yeah, I know you didn't script these, Brandon. And the guy that did his best, but I think this is his first time with a really complex signalling system. I'm on top chat. That's bad. I have to be on live chat. That might mean I might have given some people points in the wrong order. Uh-oh. Hopefully not. Up to 125. I kind of don't believe that, but we're going there. I think it'll cut me off at the knees pretty shortly. So if you're on track 5 at Newark Penn in the platform and you're heading towards Trenton, can you cross over to track 1? Finally got the rail driver to give me maximum. Oh, he did Harlem as well. Okay. The way I describe the signalling on this route as mostly okay, with a few weird things that happen to you that shouldn't. Artful says no. Metra says yes. Hexaroo says probably no. Artful is correct. You cannot cross from track 5 to track 1. It's the only track that you can't do it. And if you look at a track diagram of the station, you'll see why. Oh, eventually you'd be able to, yes. If you went many miles, yes. But not at the station interlocking. No, there's no river, there's just no switch. Four miles to Metro Park. For a change, I was paying attention to the HUD. What fallen flag railroad that did use Newark Penn features the Statue of Liberty in its icon or its logo? Why am I braking? Why did I brake? That was me, not the train, just saying. Here we go with one of those things. This would be one of those moments as a driver you'd just be going, I don't want to say really rude words now. And all the people in the back of your train have got their picking their laptops off the floor and their coffee's going everywhere. Nerd in the corner reading his books, now trying to pick up his headphones from the cute girl next to him, but he doesn't know what to say to her. And Haxaroo's got the answer first. Jersey Central, which is correct. What service am I doing? 151. It's actually funny, yesterday out on the train, the guy that was driving the train I was firing, he is incredibly well known for never, ever swearing. Ever. But the look on his face at one particular moment yesterday suggested he very much wanted to. Yeah, it was Central New Jersey or Jersey Central that had the Statue of Liberty in their logo. If you were Duncan at Newark Penn, what would you be doing? That sounds like something the French would do, Lexic Duck. Force people to use the government trains by banning 2-hour connection flights. But it's probably in the interest of global warming too. Trains just as quick, but a much lower impact on the universe. Yeah, we can go with coffee. I'd go with coffee or donuts. I reckon I'll give points to Cactus Juice and Hexerus there. There is a Dunkin' Donuts there, and I have to say, not only is it the worst coffee on the planet, it's the worst donuts on the planet. Sorry. You could be having donuts and coffee, yes. The only thing I'll say about that particular Dunkin' Donuts, which I thought was really cool of them, and also very cool of Newark, Penn, at night time, and this is probably really unusual for a rail station, I would have to say. At night time, they let the homeless live in there, and Dunkin' Donuts feed them. Probably not the best thing to eat in the world, but Cactus Juice, go and find yourself a blue bottle coffee. The guy who owns that comes from the coffee capital of the world, which is Melbourne. And have one of their coffees. You'll never go back. Unless you hate espresso, in which case you might just hate it. Huh? My other half over there saying, some people like shit coffee. Yes, they do. I shouldn't insult the coffee, but I have. I like coffee a lot, but I like a strong espresso. My wife likes shit coffee, she keeps telling me. But you put all these flavoured syrups in it to make it taste nice, though, so it doesn't count. Yeah, she is now laughing because she realised I am right. Well, if you ever come here, Cactus Juice, and you're in Melbourne, sort something out. See if I can make this work. On the nose. I want to look at the timetable at the end and see how many feet off I was then. Artful says, Colombia, is that not Melbourne? No, not really. The coffee, most of our coffee is grown in South America, some in Australia. The Atherton Tablelands are becoming quite well known for growing coffee in Australia. There's some very good coffee growers in India too. But it's what you do with the beans after you've got them that makes the difference. Metra says, Dunkin' Donuts actually started on the Stoughton line in the 1950s. There I get a proper honk. On our way to Trenton now. After my brakes release and we get going, there we go. If I get to New York again, I'll show you proper coffee spots in New York. I've had some really good coffee in New York. New York and San Francisco, I've been able to get good coffee quite easily. Let's go to Wheel Slip Central. T-Max. Alright, let's not. One of these days I'll find a smooth way of doing that track. It's not the game that's jerky there, it's the input device and the creature using the input device. Crossing over here. Nice sparks. Is it a cab car? No. I have had New York pizza, Haxarus. Definitely have. Quite a bit of it. Both the very traditional Italian kind and more American kinds. Getting counted down to 105, but I'm nowhere near there yet. Do you pass and get points now? No, you need to answer my questions to get points. Actually, Artful, I've had a good English breakfast in America, I have to say. It was in a cafe in New York. They did an awesome job of it. It was a bit expensive, but it was really, really nice. Bacon and eggs and the little chipolata sausages, the whole lot. Thank you. Limited clear for the Menlo interlocking. A little after their reality, but that's chat for you. I don't mind a deep dish pizza. I prefer the more traditional kind, because the deep dish pizza, it's more like a quiche. It's kind of like a pie than it is a pizza. I suppose I should slow down for this 95, shouldn't I? Oops, not handle off, full service. There we go, we'll make it. They do call it pie, pizza pie. Yeah, I am of the opinion, and this will make Metro really mad at me, but I am of the opinion that a deep dish pizza is in fact not a pizza. It's a unique thing that has been invented that's halfway between pizza and a pie. Isn't he a mob boss? That bridge clearly doesn't go anywhere. Wonder if it's meant to be like that. Up to clear 125. Off we go. Come on, let me have all the power. 28 miles to Trenton, and the rain is clearing up. What signalling system is in use on this line? And I'll accept 2 answers. Haxaroo says, not allowed to call it pizza or she'll kill you. Enjoy yourself, Brandon. Have a good one, mate. Brandon's been streaming this route a lot. If you haven't been following him, I suggest you do, because you'll learn a lot about the Northeast Corridor. So if you don't follow him, jump on his channel and have a look. NJT says PRR signals and cab signals. PRR signals, yes, one of the answers. Cab signals is another answer. I'd probably accept that one. But what system is it? You do get points for the PRR, because that is what it is. But it became something. Gratuitous bread shot. It's been so long since I've managed one. Norak! There you go. Hexaroo's got it. That's what I was looking for. But I did give you some points in JTE because PRR is actually what it started out as. I thought you'd run away, Cactus Juice. You're just quietly listening there. But yes, it's the Norak rules. 261 and 562. So in fact, because you were so technically accurate in the answer, I'll give you the points as well. And we unfortunately are not allowed up to the 145, but we're allowed up to 125. Cactus was just putting his dishes away. Fair enough. We make it by 5:33. Pretty close. About 50 Hexarus. Just spread them around because some answers were really good. Hello, Trainmaster. You giving me the finger? Really? Yeah, Artful, it's the order they come up in chat for me is where I picked them. So when you put an answer in, you'll see it straight away, but then it goes off to Google, turns around in the system and comes out somewhere. It's not necessarily the same order that you see it. So it's the order I see it in my chat. Did you take your message away, Trainmaster? Coming up to 130 zone, we will not be allowed to do that, though. Big water tower. I always like these funny shaped towers. We don't have them in Australia. We don't have these things. New Brunswick Township. Or North Brunswick Township, in fact. Can I have my train back? Thank you. No sooner do I turn the wipers off than it starts raining again. And now my wipers don't work. Oh, there we go. I had to turn them off. I didn't do anything to your friend Metra. He retracted his own message. I didn't touch it. Yeah, the Bensdale one is up on feet, isn't it? So it's not a column like that one, I don't think. Next question. How many unique rivers do we cross on the way from Sunnyside Yard to Trenton? Yeah, it's correct, NJT. And limited to 125 on this route. Well, that's a boring view. Let's try that view. That's a better one. Well, let me say the answer is somewhere between Artful's answer and Metra's answer. It's closer to Artful's answer than Metra's answer. So it's not how many bridges, it's how many unique rivers do we cross, tunnels or bridges. Haxarus counts 5. I think it's more than that. Not much more than that, though. NJT's gone 4. No, I'd go more. It's possible I'm thinking of waterways that you wouldn't call rivers. But to me, they're big enough to be a river. "13 miles to Trenton. Are we going to make it there in that time, though? It's not many minutes to get there." 7! Yes. Artful gets it. He is the first one with 7. And then he's gone 7, 8, 9. Making it very clear that he made a guess. Very good. Oh, I'm slightly impressed at that, Artful. I like that technique. That's a good technique. You can stop now, though. I did count 7 when I looked at it on the map. Well, look, Google's held Metra's message for review. I think we'll just leave it. You know, Google's automatically moderating you, Train Master and Metra, so, you know, you go right ahead. Do what you need to do. Yeah, catching up with another train here. Bit of parallel running going on. In the thunderstorm. I'm not going to go over there. Yeah, maybe it is too small, Hexarus. So I'll tell you what, you did answer 6. And if I scroll back... Scroll back, I think you were the first person to answer 6 as well. You the first person, or was Michael Newbury the first person to answer 6? No, it was Michael. Michael was the first person to answer 6. Google's automatic moderation has taken out Train Master and Metra. That's kind of funny. Lexic Duck says, yes, but you think a river starts where Wikipedia says that some village idiots thinks it starts. But a water catchment... I don't know why it was beeping at me, I'm doing the right speed. But a water catchment is what it is. A river starts where the rain lands for the catchment. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I know Michael got 6 first, so I've given him the points. Stefan says to an Aussie, anything over a metre wide is a river. Yeah, that's about right. Oh, I don't care if Metra's not nice, Michael Newbury. I can see all the comments that are going past that Google's eating. In fact, I'll teach it that it's being right and tick them. Six miles to Trenton. I'll probably have to start slowing down soon. I'm actually a little bit over the speed limit anyway. So let's just start getting the slowness happening a bit. Alrighty, next question. If Wednesday had a rail yard, where would it be? Google thinks you've been a bad boy, Metra. YouTube has smacked you. No, it's not Sunnyside. It is actually in the game. It's modelled. I'm starting to slow down preemptively because I'm just expecting to get whacked any second by signalling. I'll give you a hint. What's Wednesday's last name? We're actually passing it right now as I get smacked by the signalling system. Stop yelling at me. Metra got an answer right. Wow. Actually, no, you've got 6 right today. You're doing alright. Quiet you. It doesn't count. I was just experimenting to see if it would count using the EP brakes as suppression, but it doesn't. There we go. Let's continue our crawl into Trenton. I thought we were going to make it, but at this speed we may not. And we have a yellow signal coming up anyway. Yes, the answer is Adams Yard. And what do they do at Adams Yard? What sort of activities do they manage? I don't know what the RTL is, NJT. So you might have to explain that, because you might have already answered the question. Stefan says these modern trains have too many beeps. He thinks you'll stick with steam engines. Yeah, steam engines talk to you in a totally different way. I need to talk to one of the people on your Discord, actually, and put him in touch with 2 other people. Because one of the people on your Discord, Stefan, was talking about making Puffing Billy. And I've encountered 2 other people that are thinking about making Puffing Billy, so, you know, could get together and maybe make something. Turbine train set based off the French RTG. Oh, of course. Lexic Dark, you're really close to play with things. It's Amtrak's maintenance of way yard, officially. People still make steam engines, Metra. And I hate to tell you this, but depending on where you live, somewhere between 20 and 100% of your power comes from steam engines. Just saying. Yeah, one of the guys that wants to make Puffing Billy, he's actually started making the route, and he's made some track. So he's made 2-foot 6-inch track, which he's not completely happy with it, but he's at least started it. And he's been talking with Mike Rennie about getting assistance with the loco, because it is a finicky little loco. But there's plenty of prairie models around that it wouldn't be that hard to take their wheels off the outside of the frames and put them on the inside of the frames. Yes, there are P2, indeed. There's Tornado, which was made a few years ago. Tornado's just been certified to run at 100 miles an hour too. Metro is listening to a protest song. That's nice for you. This is wet, and I'm braking a little late, but we're going to make it. It's going to be fine. In fact, I'm going to stop early. Just a silly Baldwin. You won't say that if you're coming over here angling for a cab ride. Then there's the Garretts, which are like two South African Baldwins stuck together. That was a little closer than you would normally like, but I think it's still actually quite far. Well, it's raining a lot. It's flooded. Lexic Dark says, Metro uses black magic to make his answers gain acceptance. Interesting technique. Cause and effect failure. Yeah, pretty much. Haxaroo says, was privy to a long argument yesterday about what speed she's allowed to run after braking last time she did 90. She's certified to 100. So he is actually allowed to do 100, but she'll be operating at 90 on the line. But they have to certify to 10% over the operation speed. So she is certified to 100. And the reason they do that is for safety. Alrighty. You are biased, Stefan. I don't mind the Baldwin. Bites you in the ass sometimes, but... there's only one left. Do we have to do it? Yes, we have to do it. There's only one left. Let's find something short. There we go. New York Penn to New York Penn. What does that do? So it goes from New York Penn to New York Penn via Sunnyside. Man, that'd be a boring way to spend 37 minutes. Let's do the Long Branch one. 10:50 in the morning. Let's make it January. Yeah, all right. On her certification run, she did do 100. Yeah, which side's the platform on? Right-hand side. Long Branch. All right, let's get through our questions. Why is Rahway known as a bedroom community? I suppose I should set this thing up, shouldn't I? Switches are behind me, aren't they? Turn on access. I don't want the alerter. Something else I have to turn on. Maybe it's only that one. No, maybe it is only that one. Let's get the window open. Auxiliary lights, auto. Standings off. Headlights on bright. Marker lights off. Get some instrument lighting happening. It's better in case we go in a tunnel. Oh wait, we will. That's about it, I think. I think that's everything. Let's get the door open so it's not so claustrophobic in here. You know what we should do? Just because I've never tried to do it. Close doors. Well, it's good to know that doesn't work. Alright, back in the chair. Do it the easy way. Let's get out of here. I get the impression I'm locked out. No, it's just taking its time. Did I put it in forwards? Oh, the one thing I didn't do. This time for sure, Ollie. No? Oh, maybe. Or is it rolling? Is it rolling or powering? No, it's powering. It's very slow. Ah, you need to put the key in, Hexerus. Yeah, good point. I think I'll try that. So the last time she went 90 was the first time she went 90 with passengers. Okay. I thought it was fairly recent, the certification run to run... Is it East Coast Main Line? I thought. Metro says where commuters are wealthier in small town housing markets, weaker than city housing markets. Well, yeah, I'll give you that answer, Metro. It's where people from another city sleep. They work in another city, but they can't afford to live in the other city. I just realised what cab cars are compared to locomotives. It's like fake news to real news. It's only pretend. Looks like news. Sounds like news, but it's not really. I better get through our last page of questions really quickly, because this is the last run. We're coming into Linden. Something I did find out since my review of this is that the this braking position, all of these actually deliberately don't work because they don't work in real life. Do a bit of a heavy brake now, just to stop. Bit more of a heavy brake. She really doesn't want to stop. But it's gonna. Look at that. Perfect. Well, I don't like cab cars. Lexic Dark says the failure of capitalist society. Oh, it's just capitalists spreading around everywhere. Metro says not true. I know we wanted to try. Key. That one still doesn't work. That one works. Can we close the doors? Apparently we can't. I'll just leave that key in there. That'll be fine. We might get up and open the doors just for a bit of entertainment. I forgot to honk on the way in, didn't I? I'm naughty. Haxaroo says the 100-mile certification for Tornado was 2017. First time she went 90 with passengers, she broke. Network Rail no longer wants to let her over 75. Locked out. I am. Why am I locked out? Because it doesn't think the brakes are off. That's why. They were. I think I might have released the brakes a bit too soon after getting into the chair with the rail driver and it didn't pick it up. Now we can go. Off to Elizabeth. Alrighty, who originally established the Northeast Corridor? And there's an easy answer and a harder answer, and they're both right. Connie Thunder says, please tell me you don't like this new American stuff from Train Sim World 3. Oh, it's not that I don't like it. It's got some bugs and some weirdness and some shit that's just plain broken, but I don't dislike it. It's playable. There's a lot of ways that it could be better and different, such as having the branch lines in there. That would be really cool. Having the Princeton Dinky in there would be really cool. Having the Lear trains in there would be good. So there's a lot of room for improvement with it, Connie. Absolutely. But I'm not going to tell you I hate it, because I don't. One thing I would like Dovetail to do is get away from these point-to-point routes. And they've done it with some of the German ones, where the branches have come into play. And I'd really like to see that in some of the American routes. Actually, Sherman Hill. Sherman Hill's got one. Sherman Hill's got the concrete factory branch. And that adds a lot more play opportunity. And this one could have had things like that, because there's other things that join to it. What would be really cool is at some point, if we ever get round to being able to join routes together in TSW, would be for the Long Island and this one to join up. Two miles to Elizabeth. PRR is the easy answer, folks. So Metro was first, gets the points for... Oops. Let's just get into suppression. That'll do. No, don't brake more. You're in lap. When you're in lap, you brake less. Or you just maintain the same braking. Naughty train. Stop yelling at me. So Metro gets the PRR points. Who else? Hartwell says Pennsylvania and Columbian. Metro says Penn, Trenchville and Conrail. Haxaroo says New York, New Haven and Hartford also did parts of it. Who started it, though? It was a long time ago. It was a long time ago. It was one of the smaller roads, Haxaroos, who actually started it. Yeah, I like Boston too. I mean, Brandon did the signalling on Boston and it's excellent. The Acela on there is just... it's like silk. And over here it's like a rough towel. Someone started it before PRR, Metro. PRR is the easy answer, I told you that. I did give you points for PRR, but it's the easy answer. I'm pretty confident, Connie, that there will be an update for this one that will improve things. Some things won't get fixed, like the clipping in Penn Station's not likely to get fixed because they didn't fix it in LIRR, so why would they fix it in this one? But the signalling issues, I believe, are being looked at currently. Ah, Haxaroos got it. He found it. Well done. The New Jersey Railroad and Canal Company. That was a hard one to find, wasn't it? I'm just going to leave it at this speed while we crawl in. Alrighty, so... where are we up to? The Hudson River tunnels operate at their capacity. What is that capacity? How many trains per hour can they have? Yeah, the Philly and Trenton was part of it too, but the bit that we're running on, you got it right before. It's the New Jersey Railroad and Canal Company. Manuel Bell. NJT has it with 24. Actually, no. Haxaroos had it first with 24, sorry. Well done. But NJT did get it right. Artful, not 27, it's 24. NJT says completed in 1909. The now Amtrak-owned twin-bore North River tunnels are used by Amtrak and New Jersey Transit. Indeed. It will drop down a lot if they have to go bi-directional, yes. So we crawl in here because I braked way too early, but that's fine. Going to the next question. What is the Gateway program? You obviously know. Here's another one. Another person wearing a dovetail top. They're everywhere. Ah, another one. Yeah, it'll do. Too impatient. Doors open. Just got the first answer. NJT says this station is inaccurate. The northbound platform has a fence along it for halfway the length of the platform. Ah. And Artful says he's a bit of a Brit, now knows about US railroads. Yes. Well, the next Brit route, you'll find out about Brit railways. NJT says the Gateway program is basically building 2 new tunnels. I'll accept that. It's a bit more than that, but I'll accept that. Where is NJT on my list? You're here somewhere. There you are. Connie Thunder says, oops, it's time to go. We should sort that out. Connie Thunder says, it's a bit rude of JD to state that they wouldn't fix the clipping. That is such bad advertising. But the safety systems, I don't know that they're completely unplayable, but they're not nice. They do whack you. So I've got the safety systems turned on now. I've broken them twice today during my streaming. So yeah, they need some work, definitely. But I don't think they'll fix that clipping simply because they've got harder things to fix that are more important, like the safety systems. And the problem with the clipping is they built New York Penn to its plans, but obviously the track layout's changed. No, NJTE, the safety systems aren't... Or actually, no, I'll take that back. The safety systems are accurate, it's the signalling that's not. The signalling's letting it down. Yeah, but it's definitely not right. The signal progressions aren't right. We even had Brandon in before explaining all the bits that are wrong, so they definitely do need fixing. The Acela one that comes into Metro Park, for example, you spend, I think, almost 4 miles at 20 miles an hour. That's just not right. And that's all because there's no dispatch beyond the platform. Off to Liberty now. North Elizabeth. More NJT trains that skip this station than stop here. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Connie says the HUD doesn't represent the speeds. Yeah, the HUD doesn't represent the speeds and it never will. You have to follow this thing. This thing here. The HUD's not capable of actually matching this stuff. You have to watch the signalling system. The HUD's telling you about the track speeds and the axis speeds, but it doesn't tell you about signal speeds. Speaking of signal speeds, I've got one coming up. I have a yellow signal. because we are changing tracks. No, HUD doesn't show you all of it. It does miss some of it. Yep, I know about the tutorial from Fanrailer. Very helpful person. And Brandon's also got his explainer, and most of what he explains on the Boston signals applies here as well. So I certainly encourage you to watch Brandon's explainer, and when Fanrail brings that one out, that will also be very good. There's also Witsim. I don't know that he'll actually produce anything though, but he's also very, very knowledgeable. He's knowledgeable for quite a different reason. He lives and breathes it every day. This is his one. He doesn't ride it, he drives it. Those displays are doing something very weird. Is it because of my ankle? No, they're just being weird. Yeah, we're only 4 minutes late. What's the problem? NJT wants notch 10 on the way out. Well, we'll never hear it doing anything bad, so... Did I do something? Yeah, I did. Did I just unlock the right doors? Did you see? You can hear the buzzer outside the cab. No. Connie says that it doesn't mind lap brakes, but they're all or nothing in this sim. That's not actually right. If you use the lap brakes properly, they do work properly. I'll show you. So as an example, it's not all or nothing. If I go up into service and I drop that down to a bit over 90 and I go back to lap, that's enough to do suppression. See, there it goes. Suppression's on. So you don't have to brake for more than that. You just need to know how to use them. So it's definitely not all or nothing. And the dynamic brakes in this cab car, in real life, don't work. They're not actually connected to the train at the back, the ALP-46. Lexic Dark's telling NJT to ask for 10% wheel slip up until the speed limit. Don't know if I can deliver that. Why do trains slow down at the Elizabeth curves? Doing a little bit of branch line action here. Just a little bit. A bit more of this sort of thing would be really good. No, it's not because it's a curve. It's kind of why, but not quite.
I'll give you the answer though. It's because the FRA forced a code drop in speed via Axis after an Amtrak accident here. Oi. Go to suppression. That was me that messed that up. That wasn't the train brakes. This and the ALP have lapped brakes. The others don't. The others have the auto brake. Why are you beeping at me? I already know about your 20 speed limit. We're going to run out of time to answer ask all the questions, aren't we? No, I've been running the other loco cabs right through the whole stream. They're all different, and you really need to know how to use them. But they're not all or nothing. They just have to be managed quite differently. Maybe that's confusing people, that they need to be managed differently. I guess it's one of the things in train gaming is that because this is on more of the simulator end than the game end, there are complexities and differences between trains that have to be understood. And that can make it very challenging for people. I had quite a lot of questions for this one because I knew it was going to be thing. And it wasn't the Frankfurt Junction derailment, no. It was the Elizabeth Curves derailment. So, given the Acela's much higher speed than the other trains, why does it slow down for the Elizabeth Curves? Why doesn't it just cruise through at 125 mile an hour, for example? Yeah, there was an Amtrak train that went through at about 100 mile an hour, and it actually tore up the tracks. NJT says because it can't. Well, technically with the actual curvature, the Acela can tilt round those curves. It would do it fine. But the thing that does it in, it was a bit of a trick question, so I'll explain it. The thing that actually does it in is it would have to tilt so far over to one side to manage that curve at 125 mile an hour that when it hit the second half of the curve, which is an S curve, so it goes the other way, it would actually break apart because one carriage would be tilted this way and the other one's trying to tilt this way and the mechanism will break. Now, here's one that you might find challenging to find. And it's worth 50 points. Why do the Elizabeth curves exist? Might be a little hard to find. Oops. Forgot the bells of doom. Yeah, as Lexi Dark points out, it's very similar with planes. Doors open. So I'll leave that question bubbling away while people try and find it. And I've just given you the answer to the next one. When an Amtrak, what happened when an Amtrak train ran through the curves at 100 mile an hour? It destroyed the track. Here's a history question for you. What happened at the Battle of Spanktown? Off we go to Secaucus eventually. I'll be unimpressed if the Americans don't know what happened at the Battle of Spanktown. Very unimpressed. Oops, going too fast, going too fast. Need a bit more. There we go, got suppression. We're all good. So you certainly don't have to do all of it. By the way, the safety systems on this thing, ATC and Axis, have been made absolutely realistic, which is why they're hard to use. But the other thing to remember is that the safety systems aren't telling you what to do. They are punishing you for not doing what you should have already done. So if you're driving to just the safety system, and I have to admit I often do, but if you're driving to just the safety system, that's very nasty, Lexic Dark, you'll get in trouble on this route. And same with Boston, because you have to know the route. You have to know how fast you're supposed to go before you get there. Because the safety system stops you from going too fast, protecting the other trains around you. As we travel through the path station. And I'm going too fast again, because I'm naughty. Let's just get down to suppression. NJT said 100 British soldiers died. It's one of the starting points of your nation's history. Stefan says, knowing how most of these weird things work, I bet those curves are a result of some sort of other infrastructure since removed. Correct. I'll give you that. Well done. Stefan just gets his 50 points. The actual full story of it was that the Central New Jersey Railroad that built those curves bought two roads that were near each other to build their alignment on. And when they built the alignment, they bought another smaller road that ran between them, so the curves really closely follow the roads. And in one of those cases, the road's still there. It runs alongside the railroad. So it was all about real estate. It was an existing city, so they just couldn't get what they needed to get to build the railroad properly. Here's one for people who aren't American. Why does every gunzel that's not in America find the station name Railway funny? It is hard, Connie, but it should be. But like I said, you shouldn't actually be using suppression braking. You should already be doing the speed that you're meant to be doing. So you have to know the route and you have to read the signals. Nearly finished this one. But probably not before you have to get dinner. And the reason we find railway funny is because it says railway. Like railway, which is what we call railways, not railroads. You should go grab your dinner, Hexarus. I think your lead is somewhat unassailable today. I don't think anyone's going to be able to beat you. Not today. You'll definitely be in the top 10 for the year to date. As we're coming up to Secaucus. So on this route, and we stopped there before, is Metro Park. What happens if you're in a private car and you drop someone off or pick someone off in the taxi stand area outside the station? No point speeding up too much because we're only going to get dropped back to 60 again very shortly for the bridges by Aces. And that's an example of route knowledge, Connie, that you need to start to learn where these things are going to happen, or just watch the HUD. But watch the HUD and read the signals. So if I sped up to 90, yes, Metro, you get fined. Well done. Where is Metro? There he is. You got another one. And see, because I was already doing 60, I didn't have to actually go into suppression braking at all, because I knew it was coming up. So we also know there's a 45 coming up soon, so we'll just put a little bit of braking on and let it start coming down to the 45. So when we get there, we're already set for it. And that'll be enough. I can release now. And we'll get down to the 45. There we go, we're already under it. And we're going to get, we're slightly downhill here, so I may have to brake again. As we come into Secaucus Junction. How long is this route? New York to Trenton. And Connie, if you're finding keyboard on PCs too hard, go out and buy yourself one of these, an Xbox controller, because the brakes and accelerator use the big buttons. Generally speaking, when I'm driving, if I'm not using the rail driver, I use the Xbox controller. You can pick up an Xbox controller here. They're about $40, so they wouldn't be too expensive most places. I would get a genuine Xbox controller, though. The non-genuine ones give a bit of a problem sometimes, but I've seen people trying to use them. Sim Gamer wishes Rail Driver would come to Xbox. Yeah, all it needs is a driver. So try and get Pi Engineering interested in making it work for Xbox. It's certainly easier than getting it to work for PlayStation. Probably really interesting, actually. I must find someone who owns an Xbox, because one thing I've always been really curious about, because the Xbox actually does run Windows. It runs this bizarre version of Windows XP. But it would be kind of interesting if you plugged in the rail driver, if it actually just worked, because it might. It's not something I'd want to go and buy to find out, because this is a PlayStation house. But no, if I could find someone who's got an Xbox who'd let me have a crack at it. In fact, I need the combination of someone who's got an Xbox, who lives not too far from me, who would trust a stranger in their house who's going to turn up with a rail driver and plug it into their Xbox. May not be that easy to find that person, but you never know. Yeah, keyboard works on Xbox and PlayStation quite happily. And the rail driver doesn't actually have a specialized driver. It's a generic USB device. So the game handles it. And that's kind of why I think that there'd be some chance it might actually work. Actually, I know who could try it. Yeah, I can ask him. Matt could do it. Matt's got an Xbox, and he's got the game, and he's got a rail driver. Get him to try. I wonder if it'll work. Off we go to New York, Penn. Did anybody come up with 58 miles? No, you've all given up on that question, obviously. What is the most common player update request on my poll for this route? On my community poll. And let me just check it this morning and make sure it's still the same. Yep, it's still the same. Needs more services. There we go. NJT for the win on that one. And I tend to agree. It needs more services. But I would actually, personally, before anybody tries to bring services in, I would rather get the signalling fixed. Because bringing services in without fixing the signalling is going to cause problems. So I'd rather see that fixed and then bring the services in. That's just for safety's sake. And as we come down through this tunnel, I'm just going to gently drop my speed a bit. Because I know we're going to get pulled down to 45 soon. And that's from just knowledge that I've picked up from the last few runs down here. I know we'll get pulled down to 45. Yeah, I think bringing in services without fixing the signalling would be really problematic. You are going down a fairly steep hill here. Doing something naughty there and holding in lap. Shouldn't do that. Hold, if you don't know, holds a little last bit of your braking. And there we are, there's the 45. Yeah, I don't know if it's not given enough time. I think they're given enough time for the work they have to do, but things come up. Bringing it down to 30 now, because we're going to get dropped to that soon. And I can't tell you about the internal things I know, obviously. But let's just keep it generic and say in the world of software development, things happen that you would rather not happen in projects. And when those things happen, it eats time. Seeing through route knowledge there from my other runs through here, I knew I was going to get pulled down to 30, so I just dealt with it before I got there. And that way I don't have to get into suppression braking. And soon we're going to get pulled down to 15. And you just have to get used to it. You have to know the route. Real drivers who operate on routes wouldn't get allowed to operate by themselves for about, depending on the railroad, anywhere between about 6 months and 18 months. They'll have someone in the cab with them, talking them through and questioning them and asking them and say, what do you do now? What do you do now? What are you going to do now? What do you need to do in 10 minutes? What do you need to do 10 minutes after that? And that's how you get qualified. And now I'm going to keep it around the 15 mark. There's a train in the other tunnel. Now I'm going to keep it about the 15 mark because I know we're going to get pulled down to that. So I'll put a little bit of brake on, as least I possibly can, just to try and hold us. I'll have to release that again. Well, we are on a fairly steep hill. We're about to start going up, though. So if I put on the HUD, we might have even started going up, actually. We have just started going up. So now I can accelerate a little bit to maintain speed. So we'll do that as we finish our run. So if you're studying at Princeton and you want to head home to Brooklyn, what's the first ride you'll take? I think I mentioned it in some of the opportunities for this route, where things could be better. The Princeton Dinky, very good, NJT. Do you know why it's called the Princeton Dinky? We're in a very steep part of it now. I think I've just crossed over and done my longest stream ever. Yes, says my wife. Almost finished. That's not why. It's actually called the Princeton Dinky because it was originally a steam tram. That was called the Dinky. So, PATH is officially a rapid transit railroad like BART in California, which means technically it doesn't come under FRA jurisdiction. But unfortunately for PATH, it does. Can you tell me why? This one's worth a lot of points, by the way. It's worth 50 points. Why does PATH come under FRA jurisdiction when no other rapid transit services do? In fact, I'll give you a hint. BART can never have this problem. And PATH did it to themselves, by the way. Yeah, that's not why. Welcome to New York, Penn. Let's just drop our lights down to dim. One of the rules down here, apparently. No horns and headlights to dim. I suppose it makes sense because you just blind everybody coming the other way if you didn't. Let's see if we'll see floating things this time. Let's zoom in. Somewhere around these points up here, see floating things. NJT is correct. They share tracks with the FRA-controlled services. And they did that to themselves at Dock Bridge. They didn't originally. They probably didn't think that through, because it means a lot more regulation. So what other trains should we see in here other than the ones we're seeing in the game? There's the floating things. This is one of the clippy platforms, I think. I think it clips those poles down the left-hand side. I think from memory. Let's try and get over there. Oh, no. 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 Not quite. LIRR M7 M3 P32 DC. Well, we haven't got the P32 DC in the game, but LIRR will do it. And I think Michael got that first. There's something else missing at the end of the track, but that's okay. That'll do. No, it won't do according to the game. All right. Uh-oh. Got horny. Yes, there are bumper blocks missing. Apparently, I do have to go all the way to the end just to finish the service. So we'll do that. Can you get served a meal in your seat on the Acela? Full service application. We'll do an equalising while we open the doors. That should be it. Slightly past a full equalising, in fact. And this should be the end of my service. And the end of the stream, for that matter. And NJTE gets the last points. Yes, if you're a first-class passenger. So do you want to know the scores for the day? Of course you do. But 1, 2, 3... I should have added these up on the fly, shouldn't I? Maybe. Instead of now. Axarus 390, NJTE 120, Neil TV 8, 10, Crazy Dark 10, British Ace 10, Neil TV 8, 10, Metra 90, Florian 10, Cactus Juice 100, Michael Newbury 30, Artful 30, Lexic Dark 10, and Stefan 50. There we go. So Haxarus has a convincing win today, which will certainly put him in the top 10. I don't think it'll put him on the top, but it was not far off. I think NJTE, your score is going to keep you where you are. It's going to be quite interesting when I get that into the top 10. I'll do that now. What was last week's leaderboard? To answer your question, NJTE, let's have a quick look. Put this over here. Is that going to show? It is. Good. I will definitely say hello to them all, Alex. So last week's one, that was 5 days ago, so that was the right one. Brad was on 700. NJTE was on 660. Yeah, you're there. You'll be on top. And Haxarus, you're going to come in about here under Dave. So, yeah, pretty good. We'll see that go. A couple of favours. Please do this survey thing if you haven't already. No, not that one, actually. That one I'm interested in, but this is the one I want you to do. If you've got this route, or even if you're not buying it because you think of things with it, just drop into here. There's quite a lot of comments on it, which I will go through and answer the rest of them today. And just because I'll take this back via the Ambassador channel, because most people are saying needs more services. I personally think signaling needs to be done first and then more services. And the other things, yeah, fantastic if there's time. But if these two could get fixed, that's probably most important from my perspective. But I'd like to know your perspective. And then I'll go and push. Please do it today if you can, because I know there's not much time to push because they are working on a patch. Alrighty. Well, have fun, folks. Thank you very much for watching. It's been a very long one today. So, yeah, good fun. And congratulations to NJTE for getting up on the top again. Well done to you. Even though you probably missed most of the stream, but you've done enough. Well done. All right, folks. See you later. Bye now. Thanks for watching, folks. I hope you enjoyed it. I always like to get your feedback in the form of likes and comments because they help me understand what you want. Give the channel a subscribe and click on the tinkly things so you don't miss out on any new stuff. And thanks for your ongoing support. And please, be safe out there.